Radhe Radhe, Dandavat Pranam.
Radhe Radhe, Dandavat Pranam. I'm just making sure it's going okay.
You'll have to let us know if Kishori's in the picture.
Happy Janamashtami.
Happy Janamashtami.
So, welcome to the most exquisitely beautiful and appropriately dressed for this amazingly great grand festival, Shri Krishna Janamashtami. Shri Shri Radha Vinobihari Ju Sachinandan Gaura Hari, and the baby in the front here.
He's here if you can see him.
On the boat with all the sweets and all the Girirajas and Shalagrams, Mandir, Omax, Shri Vrindavan Dham, Srila Gurudev Ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Rupanuga Gauriya Guru Varga Ki Jai, Patik Pavana Shri Nityananda Prabhu Ki Jai, Prem Purushottam Sachinandana Gaura Hari Ki Jai, Radha Vinobihari Ju Ki Jai, Radha Ramana Ju Ki Jai, Giriraj Maharaj Ki Jai, Harinam Sankirtana Ki Jai, Hare Krishna Mahamantra Ki Jai, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Shri Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bo.
Dandavat Pranam, dear Vaishnavas, Swagatam, Swagatam, Su, Swagatam. And who do I see here? Bruce, Izzy, Manorama, Kesha Priya Didi, Savitri Didi, Nilambari, Dandavat Pranam, welcome, welcome, welcome. We actually weren't sure. Here, you can scoot over a little.
No, I just wanted to make sure that Thakurji and everyone is in there. Can you all see the baby? He's on a boat in an ocean of sweets.
What was I going to say? That it was Janmashtami yesterday for a lot of devotees, so maybe today for them, in their morning, they're going to be celebrating Nandotsav and the appearance of our very own Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. So, what a festival. Bruce, is he?
Vinod Kumar, Nilambari, Savitri.
Okay.
Dandavat Pranam, all Vaishnavas.
Pranam.
So, we're starting now, and for those of you who will be able to hold it with us the entire time, that would be amazing and wonderful. We will be continuing right up through midnight, so starting 5 p.m., going all the way through to midnight, and just beyond it, because actually midnight is Arti time. And so just before midnight, we're going to have an Abhishek for this little boy here.
For the baby.
Yes. And we're going to also have an Arti at midnight. And before that, from now until then, we're going to be remembering our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj. Am I in the picture? There we are. Okay,
I think you can scoot over
I'm going to be playing the drums, so I need space. It's okay.
But I can sit more this way. Come. You need to be in the picture.
I'm in the picture. Okay, so we will be remembering our beloved Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, and the format that he would undertake for the Janmashtami celebrations, minus us being able to serve prasadam to like 50,000 people.
In the mat on this day, what they would do is they would let maybe 200 Vaishnavas in, and then they would close the gate. They would have them going in through the back. And they would let them in, and then they'd have everyone who took prasad, then they would have to leave. They would clean the whole floor, and then they would...
500.
Yeah, that 500. Then they would open it again, and continuously they would do this for hours and hours and hours and hours.
Yes, and also the following day.
And a parade.
A parade before that. But anyhow, what our Gurudev would do, would have all of these different bhajans sung for Krishna. Also the Brajbasis would sing their dhun, Brajbasi rasiyas, dhun kirtans, and of course Harinam. And thousands would come, and then Srila Gurudev would speak a little bit about the bhajans and speak some of the pastimes of Krishna, some of the tattva of Krishna, in between the kirtans and bhajans. What we have found over the years is that it is not such an easy thing on Janmashtami to complete. Well, it's never an easy thing to complete the glories of Krishna because they are unlimited. But to even complete a full proper set with some of the basic Krishna Leelas and some of the basic Krishna Tattva in a period of, let's say, from 7 to 12, it never felt long enough. Then we were going from 6 to 12, it never felt long enough. So now we're going from 5 to 12. And we'll see, maybe next year for... I remember last year we said we'd probably start around noon or 2 o'clock.
Joking.
But, so whoever can stay with us, we would appreciate it. If you cannot, you're welcome to bounce in and bounce back out as many times as you like. Yes, but we will be here. So,
Hey Sachi Sutta, welcome home.
yes, you are one of the most fortunate people in the entire universe. Srimati Radhika allowed you and your family
He
back
got
in.
back last night. So
Welcome home, just in time for Krishna's birthday and Srila Prabhupada's birthday. So, we will begin with Mangalacharan. Mangalacharan is the auspicious invocation, calling for the presence, the grace, the mercy, the sidelong glances of our beloved Srila Gurudev, our beloved Srila Prabhupada, our Rupanuga Gauriya Guru Varga, Patit Pavan, Shri Nityananda Prabhu, Prem Purushottam Shachinandan Gaura Hari, going all the way back to the original Guru who is
Krishna himself.
and his Guru of Prem,
Vrishabhanunandani Srimati Radha Thakurani.
as Krishna states, and you can find it in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita.
Radhikar Prema Guru Ami Shishanata Sada Amanana Nrite Nachaya Udbhata. Radhika is my Guru of Prem, and I am simply her dancing pupil. She makes me dance various novel dances according to her tune.
So you can find Mangalacharan in this beautiful bhajan treasure trove.
Shri Gaudiya Giti Gucha starting on page 1 with Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam.
Okay.
It's so funny doing that in front of the camera. I'm used to doing it behind.
When she's not in front of the camera, then she's even giving more. Like she's looking at Thakurji and just like talking with her whole physique, her hands and her smile. She's so...
It's such a sweet offering.
If you've ever had the opportunity to see our Srila Gurudev, when the topic or subject matter of Srimati Radhika came up, maybe he was speaking about so many other things and he might not have even felt well. He might have been sick or anything. And you can hear it. We heard it this morning as we were listening to him. He was talking and you could tell that it was almost labored as he was speaking and he couldn't get much air.
Kishori thought he was sick. He's like, oh, he sounds sick and not so much energy.
And then he started talking about that verse, Padabjayos Tapavina Varadasyameva, where Raghunath Das Goswami is saying that, what is it? Sakyayate mama namostu namostu nityam dasyayate mama rasostu rasostu satyam. And he started speaking about the mood of our Rupanuga Acharyas and Raghunath Das Goswami and praying and begging for the service of the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika. And he just, I don't know, it was just full energy and you can hear the twinkling of his eyes. And you
So
can hear the
happiness.
happiness in his voice. It was just amazing. So now we're going to call out in the form of Mangalacharan. Dandavat Pranam, all Vaishnava.
Dandavat Pranam.
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavansha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Nishakambitangsha Om Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayaniti Namine Shri Krishna Leela Katane Sudaksham औदर्यमाधुर्यगुणैश्च युक्तम् वरं वरेण्यं पुरुषं महन्तम् नारायणं तं शिरसा नमामि त्रिदन्दिनं भक्तशिरोमणिं च श्रीकृष्णपादाच्युतैकहृदि चैतन्यलीलामृतसारसारम् नारायणं तं सततं प्रपद्ये नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनिति नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्यदेशकारिणे नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय गौरप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्री श्रीमद्भक्तिप्रज्ञान केशव इति नामिने अजीमत्यचरित्राय स्वश्रितानंशपालिने जीवदुःखे सदर्पाय श्रीनाम प्रेमदायिने नमः ॐ विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिसिद्धान्त सरस्वती इति नामिने श्रीवर्षभानवी देवी गयिताय प्रपद्धये कृष्ण संबंध विज्ञान दैने प्रभवे नमः माधुर्योज्ज्वल प्रेमद्य श्रीरूपानुगभक्तिदा श्रीगौर करुणा शक्ति विग्रहाय नमोस्तुते नमस्ते गौरवाणी श्रीमूर्तये दिनकारिणे रूपानुगतिरुद्धाप सिद्धान्तध्वन्तहारिणे नमो गौरकिशोराय साक्षाद्वैराग्यमूर्तये विप्रलम्भ सम्बोधे पदम्बुजायते नमः नमो भक्तिविनोदाय सच्चिदानन्दनामिने गौरशक्तिस्वरूपाय रूपानुगवरायते गौराविर्भावभूमेस्तं निर्जेष्टा सजनप्रिय वैष्णव सर्वभौम श्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः वंशाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानं पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः नमो महावदन्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नाम्ने गौरत्रिषे नमः हे कृष्ण करुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिकान्त राधाकान्त नमोस्तुते तप्तकाञ्चन गौराङ्गी राधे वृन्दावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये जयतं सुरतोपङ्गो मम मन्दं मतेर्गति मत्सर्वस्वपदम्बोजो राधामदनमोहनो दिव्यवृन्दारण्यकल्पद्रुमद श्रीमद्रत्नागारसिंहासनस्थो श्री श्रीराधा श्रीलगोविन्ददेव प्रेष्ठादिभिः सेव्यमानो स्मरामि श्रीमन्द्र सरसारम्भि वंशीवता ततस्थितः कर्षन् वेणुस्वरैर्गोपीर् गोपीनाथ श्रियस्तु नः वृन्दाये तुलसी देव्यै प्रियाये केशवस्य च कृष्ण भक्ति प्रदे देवी सत्यवत्ते नमो नमः पंचतत्त्वात्मकं कृष्णं भक्तरूपस्वरूपकं भक्तावतारं भक्ताख्यं नमामि भक्तशक्तिकम् जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासरि गौर भक्त वृंद चेतो दर्पणमार्जनं भवमहादावग्नि निर्वापनं श्रेय कैरव चंद्रिका वितरणं विद्यावधू जीवनम् आनन्दं बुद्धिवर्धनं प्रतिपदं पूर्णामृतास्वादनं सर्वात्मस्नपनं परं विजयते श्रीकृष्ण संकीर्तनं हरिर्नाम हरिर्नाम हरिर्नामेव केवलं कलो नास्त्येव 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 गतिरन्यथा हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे Dandava pranam, all Vaishnavas, welcome, swagatam, Nirukol, Champak, Jiva Pavana, Pani Bhushan, and Krishna Premavati,
Dandava pranam,
all Vaishnavas. He will have to leave in a bit for
No, don't leave us.
for Birmingham.
Oh, is today Janamashtami in England or is it for Srila Prabhupada Nandotsav?
Yeah, I don't know what the calendar says for the UK. But Nandini's with us for maybe it is Janamashtami.
So maybe it's
there.
Janamashtami.
I think in the US they observed it starting
Some places.
12 hours previously.
Thank you for being with us even for a short time, Jiva Pavana.
Gurudev कृपा करके मुझको अपना लेना. Beautiful bhajan calling for the mercy, the grace, the presence of Shri Gurudev. And that is page 359 in our Shri Gaudiya Didi Mucha. Would you like to read it? Oh, sorry.
It's
page 360.
Yogamaya! Dandava pranam Yogamaya. We miss you.
Radhe Radhe, Shyam Shyam, and your family.
Chaitanya Priya, Dandava pranam.
Oh man, I wish there was a way.
Come on.
Okay.
We're going.
Okay. So Gurudev कृपा करके मुझको अपना लेना.
Jamuna! Dandava pranam.
गुरुदेव कृपा करके मुझको अपना लेना. गुरुदेव कृपा करके मुझको अपना लेना. मैं शरण पराधीन चरणों Mangala Pranama Vaishnavas, Yashje, Taruni Gopi, Beatrice,
Labangamala,
Okando, Labangalata, and Shrita, and all the rest of you. Radhe Radhe.
And Labang, hey Labang, hey Charu.
Jack. So as you all know,
Radhika, Ahuja.
really? Radhe Radhe.
Happy Janmashtami, all
Happy
Vaishnavas.
Janamashtami. So, as you all know, because, well, you already know it, but I also repeat it a lot, without attaining the mercy of Guru, we cannot attain the mercy of Krishna. And on this day, the day of Krishnashtami, or Janamashtami, the day of Krishna's birth in Braj, we're praying for him to manifest within our hearts and give us his mercy. So first and foremost, we require the mercy of his mercy manifestation, that is Sri Gurudev and the Vaishnavas. Yasya prasadad bhagavat prasado, yasya prasadam nagati kutopi. Only by the mercy of Sri Guru will we be able to attain the mercy of Krishna. Otherwise, we cannot attain to any positive destination. So first and foremost, we will pray at the lotus feet of Gurudev as we just have. And now we're going to pray for the mercy of the Vaishnavas, who are also our Gurudevs. There is Diksha Guru and Shiksha Gurus. And then we will pray for the mercy of Sri Rup Goswami, our 6 Goswamis, and then the mercy of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then Shri Radha and Krishna, then Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and then we will go back through and start calling
We
all
have
of
till
the
midnight.
bhajans and ashtakams that our Srila Gurudev required on Janmashtami for very, very apparent reasons. Bhajans which are pleasing to Krishna, bhajans which are pleasing to Srimati Radhika, bhajans which are pleasing to both of them in a format that will be calling to them for their mercy. Because if she hears the ones which are for Krishna, she will shower her mercy. And if he hears the ones which are for her, he will shower his mercy. And if they hear the ones for Sachinandan Gaurahari, they will both shower their mercy because he is their combined form. So there's a very specific format which we are observing, which is the format which our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, would have us do on Sri Krishna Janmashtami. And in between the different bhajans and kirtans, which we'll speak a little bit about, we will also tell some of the pastimes of Krishna and the tattva of Krishna. So I just wanted to start by emphasizing that without the mercy of Gurudev, we will not be able to attain the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu, of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Without the mercy of Nitai, we cannot attain the mercy of Chaitanya. Without the mercy of Chaitanya, we cannot attain the mercy of Sri Radha and Krishna. So we will be following a particular sequence until we come to Hare Krishna Mahamantra, and then from there we will break back into beautiful bhajans and ashtakams glorifying Hare and Krishna and Hare Krishna together. So now we're going to call for the mercy of the Vaishnavas. And we're not in a rush today, right? It's only 5:30. Time flies very fast on this day. I don't know why. How fast did the program come up?
Oh.
Right? She was like, oh my God, it's 4 o'clock already. Oh my God, it's 5. It just happened, so.
I should have given darshan before. Usually we do that.
I know. Chalo.
I won't know how to put it back.
Then I can do it.
He's going to give you a quick darshan of everyone. I forgot usually.
Maybe we can just do it from time to time.
Usually I do that in the beginning on Radhastami or Janmashtami, and I forgot this time. So there's going to be a close-up darshan of everyone.
Early darshan.
Early darshan, and then especially if so many have to go.
Right.
So
So
you should have their
4,
darshan
3,
now.
2, 1, and. So I guess since the baby is first and foremost in the front, look at him.
He's got a new boat.
Oh yes, he's so proud of his boat. Look at his new boat.
We got it for him in Mathura.
So he's on a boat with his jagu and his sweet ball on an ocean of sweets.
With all his friends.
All of his friends all around, if you look close. There are hathis, these are elephants, and goras, which are horses, and monkeys. See, monkeys on rasgullas,
and
birds,
and
deer.
And you still
There's even a horse which is just taking a nap inside, and other deer, but yes, he's very happy. And then, over here, before we get close-up darshan of Shri Shri Radha Vinoda Bihari Mahaprabhu, our Srila Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, as well as so many Vrajabasis for all time, would observe a very interesting ceremony of opening a cucumber at midnight. And who's inside the cucumber?
Shalagrams.
See, you don't see them anywhere else. Except for him, he couldn't fit.
It represents the womb of Mother Yashoda.
So the shalagrams will come out at
midnight.
midnight.
We open it, and that's the birth of Krishna. And you see this.
And there's the birthday boy. But you can't go to him without going to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So we are going to the lotus feet of Sachinandan Gaura Hari. And oh, look at him. So beautiful. And now we are coming to the birthday boy. That is Vinoda Bihari.
There he is. He has a huge peacock crown today.
Yeah, his feet. Let's look at his big peacock crown. Look at it, goes all the way around. And then, of course, the whole purpose for his whole peacock crown and everything else, to somehow or other attract her mercy.
Get a close-up of her.
I'm trying to get in there. There's a lot of sweets out here. Jai Radhe, Shri Radhe, Jai Shri Krishna Bolo Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe, Jai Radhe. And yeah, he's just out by himself because he can't fit in the cucumber. So Shri Shri Radha Vinoda Bihari Ju Sachinandan Gaura Hari.
He and the baby.
And the baby. And his
behind,
baby, Ki Jai. And behind?
Well, they saw he's got an elephant here, and in the back there's
a peacock.
a peacock.
So the front of his boat is an elephant.
He really didn't fit on the boat, but we felt that
The boat was meant to be his
there
toy,
was
but
no other place for him but the boat.
how do little boys play with toys? They just sit on them, right? So there we go.
And he's not in his skirt or anything because we're going to bathe him and then
Hold on.
put his birthday out.
Sorry about this. I'm just I have to turn this back on. There we go. And it's going to be fixed in 1 second. Jai! And then... Oh. Forgive me for that. Oh, it's still getting reset here. Uh-oh.
Sorry, I just remember usually the first thing I do is give darshan, but I was already sitting in here and I forgot. So.
Okay. And I don't want
Baby.
Srimati Radhika to be cut off at all. TK.
Oh, in this outfit, this outfit was offered by Jamuna Prasad and Charumukhi and family from Lithuania. They're the ones that also did for Baladev Purnima.
Jai.
And then for Radhastami, Rudra Gupta, about 2 months ago, he was here.
Yeah.
He came here to Vrindavan, and before he left, he's like, I'm sponsoring Radhastami outfit. So Radhastami in 2 weeks or so?
Yes.
Is from Rudra.
Okay. So now we're going to call out for the mercy of the Vaishnavas in the words of our 7th Goswami, Srila Satchidananda Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Oh hey, Vaishnava Thakur. Page 39 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Gucha.
And those of you that are going to leave, thank you for even visiting us today. Radhika, Jiva Pavana, Prabhu Yashte, maybe even Krishna Premavati. I know there's a program going on at Gopinath Bhavan. There's programs all over the world. So even just coming in for a few minutes and joining us for this means so much to us. So thank you.
O he Vaishnava Thakuro, Niroyara Sagaro, Edase Karuna
Are you staying for 8 hours, Radhika?
9.
9 hours? Dandavat Pranam, Gopal, Mohan, Vaishnavi, Kishori. Anjali, welcome.
Radhe, Radhe, and
Radhe,
Gopal.
Radhe.
Gopal Pullman.
Aww, Lavangamala says my boys now want a boat like the baby. She has young children.
We just knew it. Like, Sudevi bought it for him to give him as a toy. and we knew that he needed
We were
to sit.
in Mathura at Vishram Ghat like 3 months ago.
Was it 3 months ago?
It was a while.
Maybe more than that.
More than that. We were at Vishram Ghat and I thought, I saw a boat and they were just closing the marketplace. It was getting late. And I said, I need to get that boat. Oh yeah, turn it down. I need to get a boat. I need to get that for the baby, for Janmashtami. And so I went and got it. And all this time I thought I would put laddus on it for him, or I would put his new toys on it. And then today Kishori came out and he said, no, he needs to be on the boat. It was a plaything.
In Sri Brihad Bhagavatamrita, Sri Sanatana Goswami tells from a different kalpa's perspective, because Krishna manifests once in a day of Brahma and performs his pastime. So in a different kalpa, after Krishna defeated Kaliya, instead of sending him off to Fiji or Ramani Dweep, he kept him in Vrindavan as a pet, tied a rope through his nose, and would give his friends rides up and down Yamuna on the back of Kaliya. So we know that Krishna likes rides.
And we know he likes boat pastimes.
He
Actually,
does.
something really cute. I was reading a few days ago in Ananda Vrindavan Champu from Sri Kavi Karnapur. And in there, it was speaking about when the Brajabasis had to leave Gokul because of all the disturbances there. It was talking about how when they were crossing the Jamuna, that baby Krishna and Balaram were on the Jamuna on a boat and they were so excited.
Was it their first time?
Their first time on a boat. So they were really excited and Krishna was asking Mother Yashoda, what is that? What's that? He's looking around seeing all of these new things.
Right, you saw a peacock, right?
A peacock dancing and he was just going, what is that? What is that? So they're crossing Jamuna and Krishna's looking over the rail of the boat and he's so excited. He wants to touch Jamuna. So Krishna and Balaram are leaning over the boats, trying to get into the water of Jamuna and to touch Jamunaji. And Mother Yashoda and Rohini are trying to pull them in, but if you know how babies are, they're kind of squiggly. And they can get out of your arms. They just kind of move in a way that's strange and they kind of flop around. So they were trying to do that to get into the Jamuna. And it tells how Nanda Baba, seeing that they couldn't restrain the boys, Mother Yashoda and Rohini were trying to keep them away, but they were reaching their hands and Nanda Baba came and picked them both up and put them on his lap and they both kind of behaved.
They were just kind of sitting there going,
I was like, okay. But it was so cute how they wanted to be on the boat and they were putting their hands in Jamuna and just so excited to see Braj, because now they were leaving Gokul and coming to Vrindavan. It was very exciting for them.
So now we're going to call out for the mercy of Sri Rupa Goswami. And I specifically want or feel it is absolutely necessary to sing this particular bhajan, Yan Kali Rupa Sharira Nadharata, page 47 by Sri Madhav Das. Because within this glorification of Sri Rupa Goswami, there's something which is very, well, everything he gave is extremely important. But very specifically, it says, Ko Janata Mathura Vrindavana, Ko Janata Vrajanita. Without the mercy of Rupa Goswami, if he had not come in this Kali Yuga, Yang Kali Rupa Sharira Nadharata, if he would not have come, then who could have understood the glories of Mathura and Vrindavan? But actually, who could have understood the speciality and the difference between Mathura and Vrindavan? And that is actually a major topic of today. Krishna's manifestation and Krishna's birth, and the specialities and differences between Mathura and Vrindavan. And who could have understood or fathomed the intricacies of the moods of the Brajabasis? Ko Janata Soi Prita and Ko Janata Vrajanita. Who could have understood their Riti? Guru said Nita means Riti, and it means the moods, the bhavs, and the ways of the Brajabasis. Without Rupa Goswami, we could not have understood that. And so by the medium of Rupa Goswami, through our Rupanuga, Gaudiya Guru Varga, we are able to receive such amazing, refined, intricate details of the speciality of Vrindavan. Without Rupa Goswami, we would not know the difference. But because Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had gifted him and blessed him, not only Mahaprabhu requested all of the Vaishnavas to fully give their blessings to him, that not only can he uncover or rediscover the holy places of the pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan, but that he would be able to witness these pastimes and manifest Rasa Shastra, means the pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan with all of his eternal associates. Just today, Sudevi was listening to Srila Gurudev speak about the difference between Mathura and Vrindavan. From the external point of view, I know taking a rickshaw or a scooter, you're driving and the road is there and it just takes one moment and then you're in Mathura and you jump over and you're back in Vrindavan. But from a transcendental Rasik perspective, it's not like that. The Prakosht, or the realm of transcendental ecstasy of Mathura compared to the realm of transcendental ecstasy of Vrindavan, as Srila Gurudev explained how far it is. He said like millions and millions of universes apart. We can't even fathom that. So Mathura is within the realm of Aishwarya Mayi Bhakti, or loving service to Krishna in a mood of opulence, understanding his godhood, his majesty, his glory, his supreme dominion over all that be, in a mood of subservience to the master. And in Vrindavan, that mood tries to manifest itself from time to time, but it is virtually absent among all of the Brajvasis. And because of that, they love him without any reason. Oh, because he's God, because he's powerful, because he's strong, because he's the controller of everything, because I have to. All they know is they love him and that he loves them. And because they love him with a human-like relationship, he's completely controlled by their love and affection. And so in Vrindavan is the place where the Brajavasis, the real, true Brajavasis, they don't know that Krishna is God. And even if someone tries to convince them, they'll listen and then they'll just start laughing at the idea. So in Vrindavan, they don't know, and it is so powerful and overwhelming for Krishna, the love and affection of his Brajavasis, that he even forgets that he's God. And he becomes subservient and dependent upon the love of his own devotees in Braj. They don't think, I'm his devotee. They think, he's my friend. He's my beloved. He's my son, and I must teach him a lesson. But all they know is they all love him. So Vrindavan is so different. Even though there's more Aishwarya, more transcendental opulence in Vrindavan, in one particle of dust of Vrindavan, than in millions, than in all of the Vaikuntha planets combined, our Srila Gurudev tells. Then in all of the Vaikuntha planets combined, there's more Aishwarya in one particle of dust of Braj. Still the Madhuryata, or the sweetness of the love and affection of the Brajavasis and of Vrindavan Dham itself for Krishna is such that it is completely drowned, overwhelmed in the ecstasy of that madhur, or sweetness, madhu, the rasa. So much so that even though it might be like Mount Everest, there's an unlimited ocean completely drowning and saturating it. So sometimes, every once in a while, it shows itself like a straw inside gallons and gallons of milk which is boiling. It pops up to the top for one moment, and everyone says, ah, and then poof, it disappears. So Krishna will kill demons, Krishna will lift Govardhan, and everyone says, wow, and then, but they're just more than that amazement, concerned for him, his benefit, his welfare, his happiness, thinking that, oh, I'm helping him. He's dependent upon me. If I didn't chant this mantra, then he might have gotten in trouble. If I didn't cook for him like this, then he might have not been so strong. If we all didn't hold up Govardhan with our sticks or threaten him with our eyes, then Govardhan may have crushed all of us. But because of us and our assistance, so Krishna is able to do what he's doing. So there's so much intricacies within the speciality of the love of the Brajabasis for Krishna. And without the teachings of Rupa Goswami, without his mercy, which is the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu said, I'm giving you one drop of the ocean of Bhakti Rasa. And Rupa Goswami has manifested from that. It is said he has given us one drop of that drop in the form of Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which means the ocean of the nectar of Bhakti Rasa. And so from that, Rupa Goswami is giving us so much. So we are hopelessly and eternally indebted to Srila Rupa Goswami for teaching us all of these things. Srila Gurudev said, whoever comes to Vrindavan, whoever is benefiting from understanding any of these things until now about Vrindavan, owes it completely to Rupa Goswami and our 6 Goswamis. He said if they are not being given the proper credit, he said if one is not appreciating Rupa Goswami and our 6 Goswamis coming to Vrindavan, he said they might as well just drown, because they would know nothing about Vrindavan without Mahaprabhu and Rupa Goswami, our 6 Goswamis. All of the holy places that we have, even Govardhan, Radhakund, Shamakund, have been rediscovered by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Rupa Goswami, Sri Rup Sanatan, Bhatta Raghunath, Shri Jiv Gopala Bhakti Dasa Raghunath, Lokanath Goswami, Bhagarbha Goswami, all of our Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharyas. So, now we're going to call out for the mercy of Sri Rupa Goswami. And later on we'll discuss more of the speciality or the intricacies of the specialities and similarities and especially the differences between Mathura and Vrindavan, especially related to today's auspicious event. The difference between the Avirbhav and the Janmotsav of Krishna.
It's so far if you scoot over.
Yeah, it's hard once we move the camera. Let me see, am I inside a little more? Dandava Pranam, all Vaishnavas. I think I'm inside a little bit. Okay.
Dandava Pranam Manjari.
Manjari Dasi. Okay. Yang Kalirupa Shariran Nadharata. Yang Kalirupa Shariran Nadharata. Yang Kalirupa Shariran Nadharata. Yang Kalirupa Shariran Nadharata. Prabhu ki
Jai.
Shruban Gauriya Guru Varga ki
Jai.
And now we will call out for the mercy of Patit Pavan Sri Nityananda Prabhu. Without his mercy, we cannot attain the shelter and mercy of Sri Sachinandan Gaura Hari. Also, without the mercy of Nityananda Prabhu, Eno Nitai, Vinay Bhai, Radha Krishna Paite Nai. One cannot also attain the shelter of Shri Shri Radha and Krishna. So, Dridhakori Dharo Nitayar Pai, very, very carefully and strongly take hold of the two lotus feet of Shri Nityananda Prabhu. If you cannot find him, he manifests before us in the form of our own Shri Gurudev. So, Nitai Padakamala Koti Chandra Shushitala Jai Chhayai Jagata Jurai. And that is on page 58 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Gucha 5-8. Page 58. Yeah, I couldn't hear that. Can we turn it back on?
Is it easier for me to
Okay.
Please forgive me what Kishori was sick from last week.
I made her sick.
I have today. So he's trying to sing at a level that I can follow, please.
It's a 5-day knockout flu. So. But it's Janamashtami, so the flu has to wait. So, Nitai Padakamala Koti Chandra Shushitala, page 58 by Srila Narottam Das Thakur. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Shri Shachinandana Gaura Hari Ki.
Yay! A few years ago, I was searching everywhere Janmashtami. If you go on Vedabase and you just type in any keyword, anything that any acharyas say or any kind of comments or anything talking about that subject will come up, hundreds and thousands. So one time I just typed in Janmashtami. And within doing that, in Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj's sort of database, it came up, him talking about one of his first times going to the Gaudiya Math. And he wasn't yet initiated, but he had gone on Janmashtami. And he was hearing the devotees on Janmashtami telling, tonight, Krishna will be born. Krishna will be born in the heart of his pure devotees. He was really meditating on that. What was his name before? Ramananda Brahmachari. So he was thinking about this, that Krishna will manifest in the heart of his unalloyed devotee. So in the evening time, all day mat, there was a second story. On the second floor, and it was the room of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. So he thought, Krishna will be born in the heart of the pure devotee tonight. So he went up and he sat outside Srila Saraswati Thakur's room. And he said he began to just close his eyes and meditate. Krishna is being born. Krishna is being born now in the heart of Srila Thakur, Saraswati Thakur. And he said, I was sitting there praying that some influence of that would come to me. That now he's being born in the heart of his pure devotee. But if somehow or other I get close to him, then some influence of Krishna's appearance will enter into my heart. So today, I was reading from different Vaishnavas and also from different Facebook posts. I was looking and seeing who's writing anything or putting anything up on Janmashtami. And one place I found where Srila Bhaktivigyan Bharati Maharaj, he was explaining that Kirtan is so extraordinarily powerful. He said, Sankirtan. He said it may be that anyone within the Kirtan, Sankirtan means together chanting. He said it may be that one pure devotee is there. And if we are mixing our voices with that pure devotee, then somehow or other Krishna may hear that prayer. And then he said, even if that pure devotee isn't there in that assembly, but it is under his guidance, under the umbrella of that Vaishnava, like our Gurudev, like our Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, like any of our Rupanuga Guru Varga Acharyas, if we are under their umbrella, meaning their moods, their conceptions, what they have given us, having an understanding of what we are doing, he said, then that is also Sankirtan. Krishna is bound to hear that because we are under their guidance. Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj was explaining, so many are going out saying, oh, it's Krishna Jayanti. Today is the Janmashtami of Krishna. He says, we don't even have to say it's Krishna Janmashtami. Anyone knows, Janmashtami, it's Krishna's day. And he said, but how many really know? How many people really know the intricacies of what it is that happened on this day? So many think that he appeared in Mathura, and that's who his mother and father are Devaki and Vasudev, and that somehow or other he is the foster child of Nanda and Yashoda. And he said, how many people really understand what is the Janma of Krishna? He said, this thing is very rare.
What is Janma?
The birth. I'm going to let you tell that. That's part of what you'll tell. But his birth pastime, he appeared somewhere else, but he was born in a very particular way. So Srila Bhaktivigyan Bharati Maharaj, in all of our acharyas, especially coming from the line of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they are all giving us an entrance into Braj, into the moods of Braj. And that means that we are under the umbrella of Srila Rupa Goswami and all those coming in his lineage. So if we want to just go out and say, Happy Janmashtami, Janmashtami, that's fine. It is something. But what really is Janmashtami? We don't say that about everyone else. What is this day in particular? It is so extraordinary. And being that, especially how Kishori Mohan Prabhu was speaking about Srila Rupa Goswami, telling what is the difference between Mathura and Vrindavan, the love of the Brajabasis, the love of the Mathurabasis and the Dwarkabasis, how he delineated all of that for us. When we are following very carefully like that, then how can Krishna not hear those prayers? We are coming like that. So Srila Bhaktivigyam Bharati Maharaj said, if we are carefully, savdhan, very carefully, under the guidance of our Gurudev and our Guru Varga, then Krishna is bound to accept our prayers, especially on this day. So Srila Sridhar Maharaj was saying that today, Aja, the unborn is going to be born. How is that possible? How is that possible? Krishna, who is the Supreme Personality, he is the source of everything. And yet we know him as Nandanandan, Yashodanandan. How special, how extraordinary. So he was saying the unborn is being born. So today, if we can come close to the hearts of the Vaishnavas, meaning to the moods and the conceptions and the teachings of our own Gurudev and our Guru Varga, up to Srila Rupa Goswami, then we will be close to the hearts of the Vaishnavas, and that influence will come to us. If we are on our own, making up our own progress, or taking and accepting any other adulterated thing, then we are not under that umbrella. We are not in Anugatya. So today, coming in that very fine, like a razor's edge Anugatya, we are trying to follow the process that our Gurudev gave us, how to celebrate Janmashtami, what bhajans in particular to sing that will bring happiness to the hearts of Krishna, Srimati Radhika, Mahaprabhu, the Brajabasis. We need to appeal to all of them. Today is the day of Krishna, and today is the day that all those who have mamata, mindness for Krishna, a possessive mood that Krishna is mine. Today I was speaking to my friend Jayanti, and I was telling her, just like us, if it's your child's birthday, you will throw a party for him or her. You will make a big presentation, you'll do a cake, you'll do so many things for someone you love, your beloved, your mother, your anyone, your best friend. You go, oh, this is my person. So today I'm going to go and I'm going to throw a party and I'm going to invite so many people and I'm going to cook a feast and do all of these wonderful things because it's my person's day. How much more are the Brajabasis feeling for Krishna? He is my son. He is my Sakha. He is my Prananath. He is my beloved. All the Brajabasis are thinking, Krishna is mine. And so today, they are giving and giving and giving in charity. Charity means somebody is in need. Otherwise, they don't need to give anything. We are in need. Those moods of love and affection for Krishna that are carried within your hearts, please give that to me. I don't want wealth. I don't want any miserly thing of this material world. I want to love Krishna as you do. So today they are all going out. Gurudev would say, Lalita Sakhi, Vishaka Sakhi, Rupa Manjari, they're all going out. Srimati Radhika, with a pen and a paper. And we are praying, please take my name in your register. Register me in that book as the Palyadasi of Srimati Radhika, that the potential in me is there. I want that thing and nothing else. Today is the day, through our Gurudev and our Guru Varg up to Rupa Goswami, which means our our Guru Sakhi, all the way up to Shri Rupa Manjari, we are praying, please give me that. I only want that. Today is the day that we should be very closely following the moods, the words, and the conceptions of our Gurudev, so that that influence of the unborn will be born in our hearts tonight, coming close to the hearts of the Vaishnavas.
When Sudevi was speaking, I was remembering something quite interesting. Two things. One, when she was speaking, I was remembering the words of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, that he was saying, on my own, I don't have any strength. I cannot access Harinam. And we know that Harinam is not different from Krishna himself. So how can I access Krishna? By the mercy of the Vaishnavas. We sang it. Tumi kripa kori shraddha bindu diya deho Krishna nama dhane. Please give me your mercy. Please give me even one drop of faith. The firm conviction that simply by the process of bhakti, by following bhakti sadhana, I don't need to worry for anything else. That Krishna will take care of everything. He is my protector. He is my maintainer. There's no need to worry for anything else. Shraddha bindudiya. Please give me the wealth of Krishna. That means give me Krishna. On this day, they're all out there ready to give Krishna. We can check our own hearts, our own hands. Are our hands full of garbage? Are we unwilling to accept Krishna? Are we saying, yes, give me Krishna, but we're not opening our hands, we're not willing to accept, or we're not letting go of all of our nonsense, useless, mundane anarthas? And then the other thing that Srila Gurudev, I had asked him once in San Diego. I said, you're telling us everywhere we go that we should tell people about Krishna, we should repeat what you've told, we should do kirtan. I said, but my heart is full of so many anarthas, lust, anger, greed, madness, envy, pride, and everything else. So what benefit will others get by hearing my chanting of the names of Krishna or my speaking about Krishna? And Gurudev said something quite interesting, and I'm speaking this in terms of being in the umbrella of sadhu sangha and not going for the candy of this material world, means the speculations of the material minds in the name of bhakti. Holding tightly to the lotus feet of Sri Guru and our Guru Varga. He said, some Shakti will be there because you are under guidance. And I felt that this is the most important thing for all of us. To somehow or other remain loyal, under guidance, if we want to receive the gift that they want to give us. They're not going to just give it. They want to see some sincerity on our side. And so, on our side, we have a requirement. Sincerity, and perhaps some hope and desperation. And on their side, and also kirtan. Kirtan must be there. Srila Bhakti-Vigyam Bharati Maharaj was saying that kirtan was necessary. He said only the prayer, only the thought, the intention. And what was the other thing he said? Only praying.
He said just crying.
And even crying, he said, is not enough. He said one must take shelter of the process of kirtan. Yes. So the proof of our prayerful heart and our tears is that it will manifest in the form of that which attracts Krishna himself, which is Nam Kirtan. Yes. By the medium of Nam Kirtan, Krishna himself will manifest. So when we're crying out, that crying out will manifest. Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj explained this. He said, what is Hare Krishna? He said it is the sound of the jiva, the Atma, crying out to Radha and Krishna for their mercy and shelter, for their service. That is the sound of the cry. So I thought that would be beautiful too.
Yes, it's really important, because otherwise we're celebrating, but it's like a bee being on the outside of a honey jar. The sweetness is there. Just like Vrindavan, we're told that Krishna's leelas are continuously always happening, but we have no entrance. Our entrance is through the Harikatha of those who are seers of the truth, our Gurudev, our Guru Varga. So we actually see the holy Dham through our ears. And coming under guidance means that the way our Gurudev, our Guru Varga taught us how to follow these days is very important. Because what do we know? We don't know how to please Srimati Radhika and Krishna. We don't know how to do that. We have some idea that we may have read about, that we may have a little bit of an inkling, but we don't really know. And so our Guru Maharaj, he taught us that we should sing particular bhajans, that we should tell certain leelas. These things are important to bring about a mood of prayer. So we're going to sing like Radha Kripa Katakcha Stavaraja, Namami Nandanandana, Sake Kalaya Goram Udaram, Madhurashtakam, Vrajajana Manasukakari. What else? So many important Shrita Kamala,
yes,
important kirtans that our Guru Dev would have sung, and also some Braj kirtans, Duni kirtans, and of course Harinam Sankirtan. But it's very important if we actually want to celebrate this day and to have it be beneficial, which means that we are pleasing Krishna. It's his birthday. So what is beneficial to us is to please him for his benefit, for his pleasure. And that will automatically please all of those who have mamata for him. So we're following our Guru Dev and in Anugatya. And then hopefully, if our Guru Dev is pleased as he began, Yasya Prasada Bhagavad Prasad, if Guru is pleased, then Krishna is pleased.
And if Guru is not pleased,
then Krishna will never be pleased. So holding tight to the feet of our Sri Guru Dev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and our Guru Varg, all those who have come and have given us their mercy through their shiksha, especially our Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, and those in this particular lineage, then we will, at very, very least, please them, not least, at most, please them, and that will reach the ears of Krishna and those who are giving today.
Okay. So I just want to say Radhe Radhe and Dandava Pranam to Hari Priya Dasi, to, who's there, Shameshwari Radhika, to Damodar Priya, to Ved Soni, Anupama from Munich, Scarlet Dakota, and Benita Devi Dasi, Dandava Pranam.
Dandava Pranam.
Blissful is here, no wonder why we're feeling blissful.
He says that every day.
Charu Dasi, Lavanga Lata, and Hemlata, Radhe Radhe, and Jane, Jagat Mohini, and Dina Bandhu Prabhu, and Sham Prabhu, and Jane Allison, and Jayanti, and Ruchi Goyal next door, Radhe Radhe, and Jagavinda Das, Radhe Sham. So, now we're going to call out for the mercy of Prem Purushottam, Sri Shachinandan Gaura Hari. Only by his mercy, through the medium of taking shelter of that personality who came here to freely give Braja Prem to the world, will we be able to receive it and awaken it. So, without acknowledging such a wonderful, magnanimous, amazing personality as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sachinandan Gaura Hari, our day will not be successful. Everything that we understand about Krishna and this pastime of Janamashtami, even though it is there in Srimad Bhagavatam, still the specialities of this pastime we have understood through the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Yes, Gaurangira Dutipada, Jaradhana Sampada Sejani Bhakati Rasasad.
What page?
Srila Narottam Das Thakur, page 74. If you don't have the Sri Gauriya Giti Gucha, then you can refer to the postings of Savitri Chaprala, who posts the page number and the bhajans. Now, I don't know if she's going to be here the whole time.
I don't expect anyone's going to be here the whole time. We're going to like 1:30.
because so many of you here in India will be going to different temples. We happen to have a temple here. So, with Thakurji, and we can't neglect them, and we wouldn't either. So, our Janamashtami festival is being held here. Besides, the baby needed to be on his boat in an ocean of sweets. So,
actually, I just wanted to say that a lot of times when we would be in front of our Srila Gurudev, that he would ask us to sing different kirtans. And many times I would try to sing different kirtans for him, and he would say, no, not that one. No, not that one. And he would wait till I came up.
He would say, you know so many, I've heard your shigi.
He would, just like until I came up with one he wanted. But whenever I would sing Gorangera Duti Pada, then Gurudev would always just do this to me. He'd just look at me and do this. And that meant sing every line twice. And this is a long kirtan, a long bhajan, but he would want every verse sung twice.
And he would close his eyes.
And he would sing.
It was very, very deep meditation for him, this bhajan, particular bhajan. And so we're going to sing it twice, once leading and once repeating. Do you want to lead it? No?
I don't know if
Okay.
I can. Hari Priya, Didi, we'll probably give another darshan. We did one earlier and you could see more, all of his sweets and toys. But we'll give another darshan before the end of the program at 1:30.
Well, yeah, maybe after the Hare Krishna, before the main body of the
Right.
discussion and all the other bhajans start.
And by the way, we are going to do some happy Braj Kirtans, but...
This is the prayer before that.
Yes.
Gorangero duti pada janatano sampada
Gorangera duti pada janatana sampada
se jane bhakti rasa Now we have come to calling out for the mercy of Krishna. And this bhajan I just read from our Srila Gurudev today is so pleasing to Srimati Radhika that she will shower her mercy on me. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande.
Okay, Devaki, when I take a break, I'll read it.
And you can read this one.
I can try. What page is it? Page
343 in our Sri Gurudev Guja. And it is by Sri Rup Goswami Pad.
Hey Lucky Lalit, Radhe Radhe, rain dance. Is this good?
There, that's it. I'll make it to you.
Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande.
Krishna Janamashtami ki jai.
Anjali Manjari is just absolutely amazing in everything. Her art, her singing, her everything. Actually, I remember one time we were in New Braj with Srila Gurudev, and she sang Young Kali Rupa. I think it was New Braj. Anyway, it was somewhere in the world. And she sang Young Kali Rupa, and Gurudev was so impressed. He actually said, even in India they can't sing like her. Do you remember that? Oh, it was so beautiful. And he just loved it so much. So yeah, she's Manjari.
Okay, I don't understand what's going on with this. But
it's pictures, it's just coming up.
Okay. So, now that we have endeavored to please Srimati Radhika because she wants to also give the wealth of Krishna Prem on this day, we are now going to endeavor to please Krishna, who wants to give us the wealth of Radha Dasi by calling out to his most dear Krishnabhamanandani Srimati Radha Thakurani. Today we were listening to our Srila Gurudev. He said, he was referring to the prayer, Hey Krishna, Karuna Sindho, Dina Bandho, Jagatpate, Gopesha Gopika Kanta, Radha Kanta Namostute. And he was saying, as this prayer was manifested, Hey Krishna, Karuna Sindho, you are an ocean of mercy. But what kind of mercy? How great is that mercy? Even to the most fallen, you are their friend, Dina Bandhu, Jagatpate. You are the maintainer of the entire universe. But not being satisfied with that, the composer wanted to enter into the moods of Braj. So he says, Gopesha, you are the Lord, the life of the Gopas. Gopika Kanta. And you are the beloved of the Gopis. But Gurudev said, even that's not enough. Radha Kanta. Oh, the dear beloved of Srimati Radhika. Namostute. I'm offering my pranama to you.
To that one.
That one. So Gurudev said, no, this wasn't enough. It wasn't satisfactory. Radha Kanta. This Krishna he was praying to.
Adrias Jokabakos.
Oh, Jokobauskus.
Jamuna Prasad Charamukhi. This is the outfit that you offered to Thakurji. So we'll put pictures up later and give a darshan. But this is, they did Baladev Purnima and Janmashtami. So this is your offering.
Jai. Jamuna Prasad Charamukhi and family ki
Jai.
So now we're going to call for the mercy of Vrishabhanandani Srimati Radha Purana.
Lalit, actually there are quite a few bhajans that Gurudev would sing and want sung on this day, and that's what we're trying to do, is to sing all the ashtakams and all of the kirtans that Gurudev wanted. I think he even did Yashomati Nandana on this day.
We'll sing that at the
tonight.
Arti.
At Arti we'll sing Yashomati Nandana and Jaya Radha Madhava, but we're going to do the ashtakams and the kirtans that Gurudev would have sung along with bhajans like Vrajajanamana, Sukhakari, and what other ones?
So many.
Krishna Kanaya Dauji.
You might be surprised to know that 2 hours has already gone by. So it'll go fast, really fast. Okay, so Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite, page 341, 341, and our Gaudiya Giti Kucha by Srila Rupa Goswami Pada. Jaya Radhe Jaya Jaya Swami ki
Jai!
Shri Vinodi Hari ki
Jai!
Dandava Pranam, all Vaishnavas, Nandulal Joshi page.
Nandu!
His page posted that.
Nandu, it was his birthday yesterday. But interestingly enough, wasn't he, according to the moon, he was born on Nandotsav, right?
He was actually born on Janamashtami.
He was born on Janamashtami. And Srila Prabhupada, he was told, he doesn't even know how he got the message.
He received the message way after, maybe a week or so after his birthday, but a message had come back almost immediately, knowing in advance that he was taking birth.
And Srila Prabhupada, he appeared on Nandotsav. So as he was growing up, Srila Prabhupada's nickname was Nandu for Nandotsav. Or for, Nandadulal or Nandotsav.
Nandu, yes. It's a nickname for Krishna.
And so didn't he say, as my name was...
Prabhupada's nickname.
My nickname was Nandu. So then he named Nandulal Joshi. He named him Nandu.
I'm just making sure it's still going because...
So how sweet is that he got that name from Srila Prabhupada and it was his own pet name growing up. Okay. So happy birthday, Nandu.
So we have come to the culmination of our general set of bhajans, and then so many more will come.
Okay,
that culmination has led us to praying, of course, for the mercy of our Guru Dev, for all Vaishnavas, for our Rupanuga Gauriya Guru Varga, Shri Nityananda Prabhu, Sachinandan Gaura Hari, Radha and Krishna, bringing us to the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So when we approach Hare Krishna Mahamantra, especially on this day, but really every day, we're praying for the same thing. What is the gift of this day? And what is the gift of Harinam Prabhu? Hare Krishna Mahamantra is Radha and Krishna together, and all of their pastimes, the pastimes in meeting, pastimes in separation, everything is present within Hare Krishna. Everything has manifested from Hare Krishna. They are the original rasa, the adi rasa, janmadi asya tunbayad itaratas chatteshva vigyaswarat. So Hare Krishna, they are the source of everything, and they are also the recipients of our love and affection and service. So when we approach Hare Krishna Mahamantra, our mood should be to Hare Krishna. O Radha and O Krishna, please be merciful to me. Please accept me as your own. Make me your own servant. Please engage me in your loving service. From now, from this moment, I am yours. I am yours. I am yours. And with that kind of mood of supplication, Srila Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami tells in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, actually he's repeating the words of Sri Ramchandra, who said that if anyone surrenders unto me, and he was speaking about Vibhishan, simply saying, I am yours, with a heart full of sincerity, I swear from that moment forward that I will always give them shelter. So if one is taking shelter of Shri Shri Radha and Krishna like this, offering themselves to Radha Krishna in the form of their holy names, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Srila Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami assures us that very soon Krishna Prem will manifest within our hearts. Today we were listening to our Srila Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj on harikatha.com. And there, Srila Gurudev was telling, what is our goal? Our goal is not Krishna. So many demons attained Krishna. Our goal is also not Srimati Radhika, he said. Our goal is Krishna Prem. That is loving affection to Krishna. And in the specific case of Rupanuga Guru Varga, it is devotion at the lotus feet of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. She also has nothing to take for herself. Every particle of her being is only for Krishna's happiness, pleasure, and benefit. So really our ultimate goal is Krishna Prem. So Srila Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami gives us this blessing. Just so you know, there's a beautiful picture of Radha and Krishna there. So if you're wondering why I keep looking off into the ether, it's actually the transcendental windows to the spiritual world, as Srila Prabhupada would call it. So calling out to them for really my own nature, my eternal nature. I am your eternal servant, as Mahaprabhu said. Somehow or other, I have been cast into this ocean of material existence. But please accept me and place me as a particle of dust at your lotus feet. Kripaya tapapata pankajat stita dhuli sadrisham vichintaya. I'm thinking of the first part. Ainanda tinuja kinkaram patita mam vishame bhavam buddho kripaya tapapata pankaja stita dhuli sadrisham vichintaya. So he's calling to Krishna, Ainanda Tanuja, that is the son of Nanda Maharaj. This should be a very, very strong indication of something we'll be speaking about later. And since today we are observing Sri Krishna Janamashtami, and today is a amazingly joyous occasion, we are going to start with a little dhun in Hindi, or in India, when you sing Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai, Radha Ramana Hari Govinda Jai Jai, or Radha Ramana Hari Bo, or Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopala, this is called a dhun. It's an easily repeatable kirtan of the names of the Lord, with or followed by Hare Krishna Mahamantra. So Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopala, 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 Krishna Govinda Govinda की जय, गौरी गुरुवर्ग की जय, पावन श्री नित्यानंद प्रभु की जय, प्रिय पुरुषोत्तम शशिनंदन गौर हरि की जय, विनोद बिहारी जी की जय, रमन जी की जय, गिरिराज महाराज की जय, नाम संकीर्तन की जय, हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र की जय, गौर भक्त वृंद की जय, श्री कृष्ण जन्माष्टमी की जय, गौर प्रेमानंदे। So, this is just the 2-hour point. 2 hours.
Is it the 2-hour darshan point?
Yes. So we're going to have to give multiple darshans throughout the evening because we're close of darshan.
And people are leaving. Devotees might go to temples.
Some are going to temples, and some are coming in, and some are leaving. So that's.
So this is the second darshan of the evening.
The second close-up.
The second close-up darshan.
Gosh.
Maybe then he got a new boat, and he got a couple new toys, and a lot of sweets.
Maybe I can do it without taking it off this thing. Yes. Okay, so everyone, can you see? Look.
Look.
The baby got a
you
boat.
You have to get closer.
He's on a boat, and he got toys, not toys, tons of toys, and new cows. And look at all of his sweets. He's on a boat in an ocean of sweets. Choto soladu gopal. And then, of course, we have Radha Vinod Bihari and Sachinandan Gaurahari.
And a cucumber.
Oh yes, the cucumber. Inside the cucumber are Shalagram Shilas. This is a traditional Brijbasi practice, which our Gurudev would also practice at midnight. This is untied and it's hollowed out with shalagram shilas, and this represents the womb of Mother Yashoda. And the shalagrams will come out, so some baby shalagrams will come out. And Vinod Bihari, birthday boy. Sorry. There we go.
If you look, he has a snake on his arm, a black snake.
Right there.
And
because?
Well, there are so many leelas, but today I was listening to harikatha.com.
Yes.
And there Srila Gurudev was saying that in so many ways Krishna tried, Srimati Radhika was doing man. And so many different ways Krishna was trying to appease her and make her forgive him. He gave his flute, his peacock feather, everything he could, and she wouldn't give up her man. But as she was walking away from Krishna, a big black snake came in her path, and she got so scared that she screamed and she ran and she jumped into Krishna's arms. And so Krishna was looking at that snake with so much affection, because what Krishna couldn't do, the snake could do. So Gurudev said everything in transcendental Braj is there for the
pleasure.
Well, the pleasure, and also to enhance the leelas of Radha and Krishna. And also Krishna's hands are compared to black snakes. And there's many leelas for that, but today's not the day to go into that.
Okay. Now we're going to get ready again for...
Jain Jagat and Shama Sundar, Jagat Mohini. We're so glad you're here too, and please offer Shripad Ban Maharaj our Dandavat Pranam when you see him.
Sorry for this, everyone. 1 second.
Devaki, I'm so happy you're here with us too. No, I had some help from the Brajabasis to make the sweets. So I don't know if you heard. In the cucumber are shalagram shilas. It's a Braj tradition, and our Srila Gurudev used to do this. If you look on purebhakti.com, you'll find in one of his harikathas, he's speaking about the cucumber. And what they do is they hollow out the inside of the cucumber, and they put shalagrams in there. I left the shalagram out all day so it wouldn't be cold.
You mean the cucumber?
Or the cucumber. So it wouldn't be. I'm a little sick, so please, my brain is scattered. So I left the cucumber out so it wouldn't be too cold. but you put shalagrams inside, then you tie it up, and at midnight you open that, and that is like the representation of Krishna being in the womb of Mother Yashoda and being born at midnight. So Gurudev used to do this, and so we follow that tradition. We want to be like the Brajabasis, especially like our Gurudev. So we follow that. So that's why there's a big cucumber tied up with shalagram shilas inside.
And we know that Mother Yashoda only gave birth to 2, but still there's 4 shalagrams inside.
But they're Gopal shilas, so.
Yeah.
We're going to do another?
No. But I don't know, it just feels, I don't even need to have it on me now, but just in case the kirtan comes out spontaneously.
Before you start, can I read this about time so that it sets a bit of a mood?
Sure.
Okay, this isn't a long read, but it's something from Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, and he's speaking about time. And this is actually the mood of Srimati Radhika. Srimati Radhika is telling this. So I think I read it last year, but I also wanted to read it again this time because it puts us in the right perspective of how we should view this time period. It's just like any beautiful holy day. This time period is transcendental. It's Krishna's time period, Janamashtami. Just like Ekadashi or Radhastami, this time period is very, very extraordinarily merciful. So in the words of Srimati Radhika, I just wanted to put us all in a little bit of a proper mood before we begin to hear about Krishna Tattva, his pastimes here in Vrindavan, and also enter into the deeper kirtans, especially the astakams that our Gurudev would want us to sing. So in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Ramananda Rai is speaking. Srimati Radhika says, when in my trance I came to have a divine vision of Krishna, 2 enemies suddenly appeared, ecstasy, and also a feeling which corresponding to extreme love in complete self-surrender. In that state, I could not see Krishna very clearly. These 2 enemies disturbed me. Ecstasy was my enemy, for it made me self-forgetful, and my greed for his touch was another enemy. They did not allow a clear vision of Krishna, so my thirst for seeing him was unquenched. If by good fortune I have another chance to have his darshan, then what should I do? Avoiding Krishna, I shall instead worship time. I shall worship that moment, that minute, that second, in which I have the divine vision of Krishna. With garlands, sandalwood paste, and jewels, I shall try to worship time and not Krishna. If time stands still, being, what's this word? Propitiated. With my respectful behavior, then Krishna will remain. In this way, I shall try to fix time. You please stay here for some time. Krishna is showing himself. Time, you be eternal here. Otherwise, like lightning, Krishna comes and vanishes. We worship the time, the land, the place, the paraphernalia of Krishna. Anything in connection with Krishna is Chinmaya, transcendental. The paraphernalia of Krishna is worthy of our worship. In fact, we will have to worship and honor Krishna's paraphernalia more than Krishna himself. That is the clue to success. Krishna's abode, his paraphernalia, and his devotees have Krishna's sambandha. They are Krishna's devotees and he is at their disposal. So we can petition them. They will take interest in us and take us up to that realm. Otherwise, we are helpless. So this is the mood of Srimati Radhika, and this is putting us in that right place that we're worshipping the Harikatha of our Gurudev. We're worshipping the paraphernalia of Krishna. We're worshipping his Dham and everything that our Guru Varga have given us, hoping to please Krishna in doing so.
So now begins the main part of the discussion and the singing of the other bhajans, the special bhajans which our Srila Gurudev always required for Janmashtami. Like Nandanandashtakam, Radha Kripkatakshastava Sake Kalaya Gauramudaram, Madhurashtakam, so many beautiful kirtans calling out for the mercy of Krishna. And also in between that, so many dhuni kirtans with Mahamantra. So, before we begin, we're just now beginning. Guruve Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadale Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namah Ajnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Namah Om Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayanitti Namine Namah Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitti Namine Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Mukam karoti vachalam pangum langayate girim yat kripatamaham vande Shri Gurum Dinatarinam. First of all, we would like to offer our Dandavat pranams thousands of times in the dust of the lotus feet of our beloved Gurudev, Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Ashtotar Shata Shri Srimad Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and the same thousands of Dandavat pranam in the dust of the lotus feet of Nitya Lila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, Ashtotar Shata Shri Srimad Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, and to all of our Gauriya Rupanuga Guru Varga. And to all Vaishnavas past, present, and future, including all of you who are present with us, this beautiful Janmashtami evening for us, and wherever you are, we should be hopefully expecting Krishna to manifest in our hearts. We offer our Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam, dear Vaishnavas. Radhe, Radhe, Radhe Sham. Tweet, tweet, tweet.
Jai. Oh, Dandavat Pranam. Marcos Mendes.
Oh, Dandavat Pranam. Sham Das.
All Vaishnavas, Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam.
So today, the day of Krishna Janmashtami. It's interesting what Sudevi was speaking earlier about Srila Bhakti Vigyam Bharati Maharaj. Because he was saying that on this day so many people call it Krishnashtami. But actually everyone knows this day by Janmashtami. And it's quite obvious who it's about. Some people call it Krishna Jayanti. And Srila Bhakti Vigyam Bharati Maharaj was saying, why are people calling it Jayanti? And now they're calling other things Jayanti, like Gandhi Jayanti and so-and-so Jayanti and anyone Jayanti, and anything goes. But really, these terms refer to Krishna, and should refer to Krishna. But people don't understand or don't really consider the deep imports of these terms and why we're using them, and so they just use them quite randomly. For example, we say Janmashtami, Janma Ashtami. Janma literally means birth, and Ashtami is on the 8th day. So Balaram appeared on Purnima, the full moon, and Krishna is appearing on the Ashtami, which is 8 days after the full moon. And Srimati Radhika appears also on an Ashtami, which is
Radha Ashtami.
Yeah, Radha Ashtami. But this day is known specifically as Krishna Janmashtami. Now we know that we don't have Matsya Janma, Matsya or Kurma Janma. We've never heard of their birth, or Narasingha Janma, or any. Sri Ramachandra also. We don't hear of the birth pastime of Sri Ramachandra. And generally, most of us do not hear of the birth pastime of Krishna. The pastime that we hear about in Mathura, in the prison cell of King Kamsa, is generally referred to as Janma Ashtami, or the birth of Krishna happening on the 8th day after the full moon. But Krishna didn't take birth there. There is a Janamashtami, but it didn't happen in Mathura. And this is a point of contention for many, but all of our Guru Varga, and I was looking through very, very carefully to see what all of our Guru Varga have told about this. Our Guru Dev, Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj, Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj, our Param Guru Dev Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur, Srila Jiva Goswami, of course Srila Rupa Goswami Pad, all of them have this understanding. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, on the authority of Harivangsha, they have all given the same understanding and the same conclusion. And for those of us who maybe are infants on the path of bhakti, who have not bothered to look more deeply into our own scriptures, we may not have seen it, found it, understood it, or even heard about it. When I first came to my Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, he told a lot of things that I thought were quite far-fetched. Like, the reason Krishna appeared in this world as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was to taste the moods of Srimati Radhika. I was like, right. And that Krishna actually, this is what my mood was, because I just didn't know. I never had bothered to dive into the teachings which were already present before me. Or that Krishna took birth in Vrindavan at the same time that he manifested in Mathura. Did you know that Srila Prabhupada spoke about this and wrote about this? Most of us don't. We never saw it. After my Gurudev was telling me all of these things, which I thought were a stretch, and then I started searching for them in Prabhupada's books, everything was confirmed. More than confirmed. Confirmed with exclamation. It was heavily confirmed, not only by our Srila Prabhupada, but by all of our Guru Varga. And then I was starting to feel like the odd man out, because they were all in on it and I was out. So when we come to these kinds of festivals, especially in the association of and under the guidance of Rupanuga Vaishnavas, it is imperative for us to have a bit of an open heart, an open mind, and an understanding that perhaps I might be in the mode of ignorance, I might be in a state of confusion, and they're in the state of knowledge, and I have so much to learn. And this is my own practical experience, that I have so much to learn. So, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj and Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj were just today explaining about this particular subject matter. About the subject matter of understanding that our Guru Varga have gone so deeply into extracting the evidences for these transcendental truths and then revealing these truths to the world. Srila Rupa Goswami, as we've heard previously, on his day, he wanted to make a compilation of the pastimes of Krishna in Braj, Mathura and Dwarka. When he was in one village named Satyabhamapur, because he's a transcendental, pure personality, his dreams and his visions are also real. A very divine, beautiful personality. The manifestation of Srimati Radhika in Dwarka, namely Satyabhama, came to him in his dream, in his vision, and told him that he shouldn't place them together in one book, but should make them into two separate books. One on Braja Lila and a separate one on Mathura and Dwarka Lila. And then when Rupa Goswami went to see Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, one of the first things Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told him, which completely confirmed what he had received, the instruction he had received in his vision, in his dream, Vrindavana Parityajya Padam Ekam Nagachati. Krishna never steps one footstep outside of Vrindavan. The original Krishna never steps one footstep outside of Vrindavan. So then he understood, oh, then Brajalila is a particular Krishna, and the other Leelas of Mathura and Dwarka are not the same Krishna. That is a manifestation from the original Krishna, who comes as the first Chatur Vyuha, and that is Mathuresh Krishna and Dwarkadish Krishna. And then the second Chatur Vyuha, then this is Sriman Narayan and Vaikuntha. And then from there comes Garbhodakshaya Vishnu, Karandadakshaya Vishnu, otherwise known as Mahavishnu, who is manifesting all of the universes, and within each universe, Garbhodakshaya Vishnu, and then within each universe in a particular section, Kshirodakshaya Vishnu, who is also manifested as Paramatma in the heart of all. And from this Kshirodakshaya Vishnu, all of the Leela avatars are manifesting. Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Narasimha, Ram, etc. So, this tattva is essential to understand if we're going to accept the teachings of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the teachings of Rupa Goswami, the teachings of Srimad Bhagavatam, the teachings of all of our Shastra and our Guru Varga. So, we've all heard from Bhagavad Gita what Krishna says about why he comes to this earth plane from time to time. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutanam adharmasya tadatmanam shrajamyaham. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in dharma. That means morals, proper following of religious principles. When that declines, abhyutanam adharmasya, and when there is a rise in irreligion means everything opposite to religion. All kinds of atheism, sensuality, eating meat, illicit sex, intoxication, gambling, all kinds of asuric nature is predominating. Then Krishna says, Tadatmanam shrajamyaham. At that time, I manifest myself, or I descend myself. And then he gives further explanation. Paritranaya sadhuna, to protect the devotees. Vinashaya cha dushkritam, and to destroy the demons. Vinashaya means to destroy. Dharma samsthapanarthaya. This is samstapa panarthaya, samstapak. Like Rupa Goswami, we say sthapitam yena bhutale. He established in this world the inner heart's desire of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Unata ujvala rasang svabhakti shriyam. So Krishna is saying, Dharma samstha. That I establish or re-establish the principles of Dharma. And what is Dharma? That is really Sanatan Dharma. It's not all the general dharmas that we think of. Oh, the Dharma of being in this color, skin, living in a particular country and eating a certain kind of food. Bhagavatam criticizes those who are attached to their place of their birth and their kinsmen and their race and all of that kind of thing as Saeva Gokara. No more intelligent than a cow or an ass. So we're going to leave it at that. What is Krishna establishing? Dharma. What is Dharma? Sanatan Dharma. And what is he speaking about in Bhagavad Gita? The difference between the soul and the body. Establishing all souls in their eternal, inherent dharma, function, or nature of loving service to himself. This is the re-establishment of dharma. So he comes for this purpose, to protect his devotees from the demons, to destroy the demons, so his devotees are protected, to re-establish Sanatan Dharma, and for this purpose, he says, Sambhavami, I manifest myself, Yuge Yuge, from Yuga to Yuga. So in Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, Kali Yuga, there are 4 yugas, and they come in cycles again and again. There's always any manifestation of the Lord. So only once in a day of Brahma does the original Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna himself, manifest. And only 5,000 years after his manifestation does he himself, in a very special form, Sachinandan Gaura Hari, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, manifest. So this Krishna manifested here in this world 5,000 years ago. But why does he need to come? As we always tell, what is any demon to him? Without even opening his eyes, in cosmic deep sleep, yoga nidra, completely relaxed. Millions of universes are manifesting from the fifth expansion of himself. Everything comes into life, and then everything is destroyed on the in-breath, and then it comes into life again, and then it's destroyed. So why does he need to come personally to kill demons and do anything like that? And protect his devotees? Without a second thought, he can kill millions of demons and destroy millions of universes, and then recreate it all. He's free to do whatever he wants, and there is nothing barring him. He can make the impossible possible and the possible impossible. He can do what he likes. That is his nature. Does anyone know the potency by which the Lord can make the impossible possible? It has a proper name.
It's funny because when you said, and he can make the possible impossible, I thought, 2 fingers.
So, I just got over something. She's still in the middle of it, so please forgive the intermittent coughing. That's how you won't catch it from here. So, this Supreme Lord manifested himself.
Devaki got it.
Devaki is always on spot. Aghatana ghatana patiyasi shakti. Not pasiyati, patiyasi. Aghatana ghatana patiyasi shakti.
Mani Radha got it too.
Jai and Savitri
And
Chapra.
Savitri.
Very good, very good. Oh, our Gurudev would be so proud, so happy. Rupa Goswami is praying to Krishna. He says, Yadyapi, Bhaktir Udanchati, Yadyapi Madhava Natvai Mamatila Matri, Parameshvarata Tarpitavadiga Durghata Ghatana Vidatri. Now, why is he praying to Krishna like this? That you have the power to make the impossible possible. He says, I don't have any bhakti for you, not even as much as a sesame seed. But you have the power to make the impossible possible. So please be merciful to me and allow my mind, which is like a bumblebee, to always go to your lotus feet, which are like beautiful, fragrant, sweet lotus flowers. So he's calling Krishna on this particular potency to allow the impossible to become possible. He's feeling that I have no possibility, but yet you can reverse that. So it's such a beautiful prayer.
Today I was listening to Gurudev. What?
Today
Today I was listening to Gurudev. I forgot. I'm just
normally she's on this side.
I was listening to Gurudev, and Uddhava started telling the gopis that they should meditate on Krishna and remember him, and they started thinking, are you crazy? We want to forget him. Our problem is that we can't forget him, and he's always within our minds and our hearts. And others are praying, just let. I mean, even Brahma cannot.
Yadyapi samadhishu vidhirapi pashyati natavanakagram marichim. So Rupa Goswami is saying, even Lord Brahma,
In deep samadhi.
with all of his intention and all of his absorption, cannot even capture a dim glimpse of the effulgence emanating from the toenails of Krishna. Still, right? Yadyapi samadhishu vidhirapi pashyati natavanakagram marichim idam ichami. This is Sanskrit. This is my desire, my wish. Idam ichami. Nishamyatavachita tabitarapi kripa bhutavicham. Please bestow your wonderful mercy upon me, that my mind will always be able to reside at your lotus feet. So Rupa Goswami is showing us how to beseech and pray to Krishna from a state of utmost humility. And then he keeps with the refrain, glorifying him in his name. Krishna, Deva Bhavantam Mande, I'm offering my pranam to you. So coming back to the point. Oh, Lilavati Rose, Radhe Radhe. Happy Janamashtami to you and all of yours there. So, Krishna says he descends for this purpose, but why does he need to come? He can just blink his eyes or not blink his eyes. How is even Mahadev, Shambhulinga, manifested? The dim reflection from his third eye, from the light which is eternally manifesting from his third eye of Mahavishnu, the dim reflection of that manifests as Shambhulinga, which is practically infinite and infallible, why does he need to personally come here to fight with demons and protect devotees? So all of our Guru Varga have explained that he has many reasons to come, to manifest in this world. Our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, all of our acharyas and shastras have explained that there are many reasons. Among many of the reasons, it's because of the promises that his devotees make. And he is bound to follow the promise of his devotee, because this is his nature. That's why Krishna tells Arjuna, you declare it boldly that my devotee will never perish. Because that Krishna who is speaking that, our Gurudev said, is the Mathuravasi. And sometimes Mathuravasi's lie. Because Krishna vowed, I will never take up any weapon during the battle of Kurukshetra. But yet Bhishma Dev was shooting arrows at him and Arjuna with such gusto that they could not defend themselves from these arrows. So Krishna got angry, jumped off the chariot, grabbed a chariot wheel and started running toward Bhishma Dev. Bhishma Dev became so happy. Oh, you broke your vow for me. He threw down his bow and said, bring it on. And then Arjuna had to tackle Krishna and say, no, don't do this. You promised you wouldn't take up any weapon. But anyway, for Bhishma Dev, Krishna broke his vow. So because you can see that sometimes he's breaking his word, Krishna tells Arjuna, Chipram bhavati dharmatma sashvach chantim negachiti konteya. O Arjuna, pratijanihi name bhaktya pranashiti. You declare it boldly to this world that my devotee will never perish. Because he is bound to follow the promise of his devotee. Just like Brahma gave so many benedictions to Hiranyakashipu, Narasimhadev apologized to Prahlad for taking so long, but he couldn't come in advance because
he
Brahma,
couldn't be killed inside or outside, day or night,
by any man or any beast or any weapon. So he had to accommodate all of Brahma's prayers and come in a leap year, in a leap month, on a leap day.
As half man,
half lion.
In the twilight.
Oh yeah, he had all of these conditions, but he still had to follow the promise of his devotee Brahma. So there are so many of these kinds of things which took place. For example, Sri Narada Muni had cursed the twin sons of Kuvera, Manigriva and Nalakuvera, who were enjoying quite naked with many apsaras, drinking all kinds of intoxicating substances and swimming and playing naked in the Sarovar. When Narada Muni came by, all the ladies, the apsaras, got out. They hid themselves behind bushes and were offering pranam within their hearts to Narada Muni. These two, Manigriva and Nalakuvera, became quite upset and also a little bit cursing toward Narada Muni and these apsaras.
They were drunk.
They were quite drunk and intoxicated by what? Their Janma, Aishwarya, Shruta, and Shri.
And wine.
Janma means their high birth as the sons of Kuvera, the god of wealth. Their Aishwarya, well, their dad's the god of wealth. Their Shruta, their high education, and their very naked bodily beauty, Shri. They were quite intoxicated by all of these things and literally intoxicated by liquors. And so they began, oh, why are you coming here disturbing our fun? You old man, basically get lost, bugger out. They were disrespectful. Sri Narada Muni said, oh, you're behaving like any animal or being naked like trees in this forest, so I cursed you immediately to become trees. Immediately they started to change and they realized what's happening to us. They fell at Narada Muni's feet and begged forgiveness from him. And then he said, but you will be trees in Vrindavan, in the courtyard of Nanda Baba, and you will witness all of the sweet pastimes of Krishna, and Krishna himself will personally liberate you. So, along with that curse came this amazing blessing. And these two, although Krishna blessed them, he liberated them, and in Srimad Bhagavatam it tells that they regained their original demigod forms. But we have heard from our acharyas and our shastras that they attained eternal positions in Goloka Vrindavan as the bards of Krishna's Leela within the court of Nanda Baba. Their transcendental names within Krishna's pastimes are Madhukanta and Snigdhakanta. Madhukanta means, oh, his throat is so sweet, like honey, speaking the glories of Krishna. And Snigdha Kanta, Snigdha means affection. So his throat And the Harikatha manifesting is full of affection for Krishna. So they're always speaking the glories and the pastimes of Krishna within the court of Nanda Baba and the elders of Vrindavan. So what mercy Narada Muni gave. But he said that Krishna, when he comes, he will liberate you. So Krishna had to come to fulfill the promise of Narada Muni. So this is one of the reasons that he comes. Another reason Krishna had to come was because the four Kumaras had cursed Jaya and Vijay, that you have to take birth in the material world as demons. And they took birth in the material world as demons 3 times. The first time they weren't fully liberated, they had to come back. Hiranyakashipu, Hiranyaksha, they came back as Ravan and Kumbhakarna, and then they were killed by Sri Ramchandra, and they came back again as Shishupal and Dantavakra. And when they were killed by Avatari, Sri Krishna, he came to kill them. Then they attained again their eternal positions as Jaya and Vijay in Vaikuntha, the gate guards of Narayan. But they came back again.
Were they there was a... Who were the guards? Like they lost their position? Were they already there still?
That's a whole other story, but yes.
Okay,
the originals never left because no one can fall from Vaikuntha, but their own avatars or manifestations came to fight with Sriman Narayan in all of these wonderful forms as Narasingha, as Ram, and as Krishna. And then again, they manifested in the forms of Jagai and Madai and received training from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
I just need a little movement.
So, actually many reasons for Krishna manifesting in this world is because of Ram Leela. Because when Sri Ram was married to Sita, at that time, so many of the young princesses of Janakpuri, that is the kingdom of Janaka Maharaj, Sita's father, they all saw Sri Ramachandra. And immediately within their hearts, the desire was there that he would be our only beloved, our only husband. Once having had darshan of such a personality, how could they ever have accepted anyone else? So Sri Ram told them that in this life I made a vow to only accept one life. But next time when I manifest as Krishna, then I will fulfill all of your desires. So in the meantime, you should remember Krishna and pray for that time. You will take birth as gopis and then I will fulfill all of your desires. Also, when Sri Ramachandra entered into the forests, at that time there were so many rishis and munis who were remembering the pastimes of Krishna. They were chanting the Gopal mantra. And when they saw Sri Ramachandra, their desires manifested. What was their desire? They wanted to serve Krishna. And so Sri Ramachandra told them that when I manifest as Krishna, I will fulfill all of your desires. Continue doing your sadhan, your bhajan and everything. So for 60,000 years, our Gurudev said, their sadhan was somewhat weak, not like ours. But for 60,000 years, chanting their mantras with great care and attention. Very diligently, Gurudev said, don't take your mantras for granted. They're so powerful and so important. Don't neglect your mantras, Gurudev said. So the Rishichari and Municharis, they manifested in Krishna Lila from the wombs of gopis, and then they were able to enter into Krishna's Rasa Lila. So Krishna had to come to also receive them because Sri Ram told them that Krishna would come and that he would fulfill all of their desires. Also, the golden Sitas. Srila Gurudev Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj told that after Ram had to banish his queen, Sita, because there were some who were criticizing the king, and the king cannot rule if his subjects are doubting his integrity. He cannot rule properly. So for the sake of ruling the kingdom, all of them are like his children, he was duty-bound to banish the queen. So we've heard that he had to banish the queen, but he never gave up his dear wife, Sita. So there was a technicality which made that happen. And she also didn't want him to undergo any difficulty. So for his sake, undergoing the most difficult thing of being banished, she followed this process, what we call anyabhilashita shunyam, without any other desire other than what is for his happiness, pleasure, and benefit. This is pure love. So, Sri Ram had banished her, but then he needed to do so many yagyas. And he approached his guru, Vashishta Rishi, that I want to do yagyas for the benefit of the kingdom. Vashishta said, you can't do any yagya without your wife, without your queen. You should bring her back. He said, I can't. He said, then you can marry so many others. Your father had many queens, 360 at least. You can marry more. He said, I doubt I would not. What can we do? So Vashishta told him, then you can make any murti, deity of Sita. So every year, or every time they would do this yagya, they would make a new golden statue of Sita. And then by Pram Pratishta, they would literally breathe life. By Pram Pratishta, like our Gurudev, our Acharyas, call Krishna into these forms to receive our seva. To not serve them, this is called seva aparad, because they're present. So in the same way, Sita was present. Our Gurudev said, like living, breathing, in these forms for this yagya. And so after Ram's Leelas were finished, all of these Sitas had been kept in this particular location. He was about to depart, and all of these Sitas said, we want to come with you. And Ram said, it's impossible. I eternally only have one consort. So he told them, and this is quite interesting to me, I was thinking about it, because there's a lot of overlap of Ram and Krishna Leela. He told them that you should take birth from the wombs of gopis, and when I manifest as Krishna, I will fulfill all of your desires. So for that purpose, again, Krishna had to manifest. Yes. I want to tell that a little bit after. I'll tell it now. Also, Bali Maharaj, he had a daughter named Ratnamala. It's in Shastra. So, Bali Maharaj's daughter, when she saw young Vamandev approaching, she thought, oh my God, he is so sweet and so beautiful. If I had a child, a son, I would want him to be just like him. And she was so enamored by him. And then she saw how her father rejected the order of Shukracharya, his own guru, and served Vamandev. But then what did Vamandev do? He took everything, the entire universe from Bali Maharaj, and then placed his foot on his third step on the head of her father and pressed him into the netherworld. So she became so angry and upset that, if I had a son like him, I would poison him. And so because she had this desire toward the Lord, then she had to take birth again. And who tried to poison Krishna from the perspective of being a mother? Putana. Putana. She tried to poison Krishna with enough poison to kill.
10,000 full-grown men.
She smeared that poison on her breast, the deer, the orange deer. So to fulfill her desire, also. And one other, Surpanak. Surpanak, whose nose was cut, whose ears were cut, who approached Sri Ram with the desire to enjoy him.
Oh, dearest.
That was the sister of Ravan. Who are you?
With your strong limbs and handsome face.
You have won my heart. So she approached Ram with lust for Ram. And he said, oh, madam, it would not be proper, for you see, I am already married. And he had made a vow to only accept one wife. He said, but my brother Lakshman is equally handsome and heroic. Surely he would make a great match for you. You should accept his hand. Lakshman was like, no, I'm only a servant of my brother Ram. And then she realized that she was being mishandled, played with, and became very upset and angry. And then she attempted to devour Sita, who she felt was getting in her way, because the Rakshasa, she generally is able to just enjoy whoever she wants. So that is their nature. So she wanted Ram. When she was going to devour Sita, Ram gave a signal to Lakshman. And immediately, Lakshman understood what Ram said, and he chopped off her nose and ears. Of course, she ran back to Ravan and told him and gave him all of these ideas, how to have Sita for himself and all of that. But, because she had approached Ram, the Supreme Lord, with lust, Krishna says, whoever approaches me with one pointed mood, I will never let them go. So, that same personality, Surpanak, she came back at the time of Krishna's Leela. And when Krishna entered Mathura, oh, he was so charming, so captivating, so heroic. Immediately, he chopped off the head of the washerman. It was an accident. He just tapped his head and his head fell off.
He wouldn't give him the clothes.
I know, they wanted the clothes, but the washerman said these are the clothes of King Kamsa. But Krishna and his friends took all of his clothes and dressed in them. And then Krishna saw Kubja. Now Kubja had a very beautiful face. Her seva was to grind chandan, sandalwood paste, for the head of Kamsa. No one wanted to marry her. Why? Because she was not considered very beautiful. Even though she had a beautiful face, her body was contorted in many places, so no one would have her. And she, when she saw Krishna, whatever was in the heart of Surpanaka Ram, immediately manifested for Krishna. Full of lusty desire, she wanted to enjoy Krishna, but she was one-pointed, exclusive to Krishna, without anyone else. Immediately she put all of that chandan on the head of Krishna. And Krishna knew her desire. So what did Krishna do? He put his feet on her toes, lifted her chin, made her beautiful and straight. And then he satisfied all of her desires. So for her, he had to come as Krishna. And of course, we know to destroy the burden of the earth. Bhumi Devi was complaining, Mother Earth herself, in the form of a cow, to Lord Brahma, that so many demons are present in this earth. There are so many difficulties. She can bear almost anything, but she cannot bear the burden of a lie. And at that time, everyone is speaking everything not related to Krishna. Whether it is a truth of this material world or a falsity, it is all considered lies. So anyone who is not devoted to Krishna, your truth and your falsity is wrong. It is only two sides of the same coin, all binding us in samsara again and again, the repetition of birth and death. Only Krishna is truth. As we sang previously, Nitayer Charana Satya, the lotus feet of Nitai. This is truth. So the lotus feet of Krishna, this is truth. Krishna Katha is truth. The words of the pure devotee, this is truth. All other theories, all other constructs based on the material mind, the material senses, all of this, whether it appears true or not, is untruth and will only bind us in this material world. So Bhumi Devi was feeling the burden of all of that untruth. All of those demons who are not worshipping and serving and devoting their life exclusively in the service of Krishna. And so she approached Brahma, telling him that she can no longer bear this burden. So then, Brahma, what does he do? He petitions Kshirodakshaya Vishnu on behalf of the demigods and the predominating deities of the planets. Brahma, who is the original firstborn, you can say, in this material realm of Vishnu. He approaches the outside of Kshirosagar, the ocean of milk, and from there prays to Kshirodakshaya Vishnu. Kshirodakshaya Vishnu hears his prayer from a distance, and then within Brahma's heart, Tene Brahma Hrida, he tells him that very soon I'm going to come. All of you demigods, you should take birth in the family of the Yadus, and very soon I will manifest. He said also in Braj. Braj also is part of the Yadu dynasty. We might not understand that, but Krishna's great-grandfather, he had two primary queens. One was Kshatriya, the other one was Vaishya. From the Kshatriya lineage came the father of Vasudeva Maharaj. And from the Vaishya lineage, am I saying this right or wrong?
I think so.
Okay. Came the father of Nanda Maharaj, that is Parjanya.
Yes.
And not only of Nanda Maharaj, there were so many brothers. Nanda, Sunanda, Upananda.
Like 5.
Yeah. Excuse me. So, from these 2 lineages came, but this is the Yadu dynasty. So, through the Vaishya side came Nanda Maharaj and all of the, you could say, the Gopa caste. And from the other side came the Yadu Vangsha, the Kshatriya caste. And so, Vasudeva Maharaj and Nanda Maharaj are what we would call cousin brother in India. They call cousin brother. And so, when Gurudev would have this bhajan sung, Shritta Kamala, there it says, Yadu Kula Nalina Dinesha Jaya Jaya Deva Hare. Krishna of Vrindavan is also within the Yadu Kul, but through the Vaishya queen, or in the lineage. So, Bhumi Devi was admitting the difficulty she was having. Brahma prayed to Kshirodakshaya Vishnu. Kshirodakshaya Vishnu told him, very soon I will manifest. So all you demigods should take birth within the Yadu Vansh and assist me in my pastime of ridding the earth of demons and also establishing the proper dharma for the age. And what is the dharma for the age in Dwapara Yuga? Do you know?
Didi worship.
Dwapare Paricharyaya. In Kali Yuga, it is Hari Kirtan. Something is still left over from Dwapara Yuga, so we are still worshipping Thakurji. But after some time in Kali Yuga, even the worship of the deity form of the Lord may disappear. But the process for attaining perfection within Kali Yuga, Hari Kirtan, Harinam Sankirtan, Harer Nama, Eva Kevalam, Kalo Nastyeva, Gatiranyata. The only way to attain perfection in the age of Kali, and there is no other way to attain it, is to take shelter of the holy names, forms, qualities, and pastimes of Krishna. So one can attain to the highest destination through this process. So let me just come back to my first point. So why does the Supreme Lord manifest in this material world? Srila Gaur Govind Maharaj said, Suhridam Sarva Bhutanam. He is the well-wishing friend of all living entities, to manifest wonderful pastimes that will be written down and spoken of by so many sadhus over time, that we can hear the pastimes of Krishna. He manifests himself, but more than that, there's a speciality in Krishna. He likes to please his devotees. He wants to somehow reciprocate with his devotees. What do his devotees like? Machita, Madgata, Prana, Bodhayanta, Parasparam, Katayantaschamam, Nityam, Tushyanti, Charamanti cha. My devotees are always experiencing ever fresh, ever renewed happiness and bliss, remembering my qualities, my names, forms, and pastimes. So to give his devotees pleasure because he has affection and affiliation toward his devotees. He says, I do not know anyone but my devotees, and they do not know anyone but me. And he manifests so many wonderful pastimes for their benefit. You see how the devotees, I was speaking earlier, how when Srila Gurudev would speak of pastimes of Krishna and talk about Srimati Radhika, how he would become so enthusiastic, and you could hear the glint in his eyes. You could feel it in his voice. He was feeling so charged with ecstasy, with excitement, with enthusiasm, speaking the glorious pastimes of Krishna. For the sake of his devotees, he has manifested unlimited pastimes. Otherwise, there's no need for him to manifest here. He can instantly snap his fingers and make even less than that, and make all the demons go away, and all the devotees will be without demonic problems. But they love to glorify his pastimes, so he manifests and shows, oh, look at my wonderful pastimes. And even to this day, Sri Ram appeared in the 8th Manvantar, but to this day, millions and millions are lovingly glorifying the pastimes of Sri Ramachandra. And Krishna appeared in this Dwapara Yuga just before Kali Yuga. And so many, millions and millions, hundreds of millions, are glorifying the sweet pastimes of Krishna. So this is what he does. He comes for his devotees and manifests such beautiful pastimes, showing, oh, you should all have entrance into these pastimes. But he didn't show us how. So then again he came in Sachinandan Gaurahari, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, to show us how to enter into these pastimes and taking shelter of the process of Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, calling out to Radha and Krishna in a mood of desperate separation under the guidance of Krishna's eternal associates, hearing about and remembering and glorifying his names, forms, qualities, and pastimes. Assurance has been given to us that one sweet day we will be able to awaken Krishna Prem and taste that Krishna Bhakti Rasa. So there are unlimited reasons why Krishna appeared in this world at this time. Our Srila Gurudev said if we told all of them, it would take a minimum of 10 days. Wow. And he only told maybe 10 or 15, but he said if we told all, it would take a minimum of 10 or 10 days to tell. So, Anugrahaya Bhaktanam. This is the real reason why the Supreme Lord appears, because of his affection and his affiliation toward his devotees. And also, Vikriditam Vrajabadubir Idam Cha Vishnu. We were studying this just before in the words of our Srila Gurudev. This is a verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. That how can one become free from the desire to lord it over the material energy and try to exploit it for our own enjoyment, especially the tendency for gross sensual lust. How can one become free from this disease in the heart? There's only one way. Vikriditam Rajavadu Viridam Cha Vishnu Shradham Vito Nishinayat Atavarnayadya Bhaktim Param Bhagavatim Pratilabdya Kama Ridrogamashpapahino Dyachirena. Hearing the Rasalila pastimes of Krishna and the gopis, Sri Vyasadeva and Shukadeva Goswami have told it in the imperative that you must hear these pastimes again and again. What is our qualification? We must be sincere, we must have honor, we must have respect, we must have sincerity. It doesn't say you must be free from lust. That Harikatha will free us from lust. And what is the qualification of the speaker? They are completely fixed, tattvadarshi. They have no material inebriety, no attraction to anything of this material world whatsoever. They are absorbed fully, constantly, 24 hours a day in the sweet pastimes of Krishna. To hear from those personalities whose hearts are overflowing with praying for Krishna, with faith and regard and honor for that subject matter, hearing the Rasalila pastimes of Krishna. This will be the cure for the disease of lust in our hearts, because it will give the higher taste. It will take that lower tendency and dovetail it toward the transcendental loving service of Krishna. It will take us away from our mundane calm and transfer it toward a prakrita calm, otherwise known as prem. So for the purpose of awakening Krishna prem, Krishna has manifested so many beautiful pastimes in this world. So by the medium of hearing these pastimes from those who are witnessing it, those who are seeing it and hearing it, our hearts will become purified. We will desire to enter into those pastimes. And then, one sweet day, hopefully, we will be able to enter into and serve Krishna within those transcendental pastimes. So, okay.
Should we do a kirtan?
Yes, so this was a prelude to all of the sweet pastimes of Krishna that we will be sharing, that we have heard from our Srila Gurudev and our Guru Varga. One particular thing I did not say at all, and I think it's absolutely necessary to say.
Which?
Maybe we'll do a kirtan and then we'll tell it.
Okay.
Okay.
So what kirtan will we do?
I think, because I mentioned Shrita Kamala, we will sing Shrita Kamala.
Shrita Kamala. Page number?
So it's called Sri Mangala Gitam Shrita Kamala Kuja Mandala Drita Kundala E.
It's in the Sanskrit section.
It's page 352 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Kucha. There, Sri Mangala Gitam by Sri Jayadev Goswami.
Sorry.
352.
Sorry, I can't see.
It's after 8.
Don't
My
keep
phone just
telling
keeps
the
turning
time.
off. Why would it do that? Is Savitri Chapra there?
Savitri, are you there? She didn't post it.
Jai Radhe Krishna Govinda Gopal Nanda Dulalam Yashoda Dulalam Jaya Jaya Deva Hare
Jai Radhe Krishna, Govinda Gopala, Nanda Dulala, Jaya Shoda Dulala, Jaya Jaya Deva Hare.
Shita Kambala birthday ki
Jai!
One more important reason.
Is that the one?
So, once upon a time, who's there?
Sonam.
Radhe Radhe! Saki Swarup Devi
Saki
Dasi Ki
Swarup.
Jai. I just see so much Nam. So another reason for Krishna's appearance, and this was, of course, in line with what we were already saying, but we cannot neglect Srimad Bhagavatam. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, Srimad Bhagavatam Pramanam Amalam. Srimad Bhagavatam is the spotless evidence. But within Srimad Bhagavatam, there's the spotless evidence, of course, for the simultaneous manifestations of Krishna in Mathura and the birth of Krishna in Vrindavan. The proof is there in Srimad Bhagavatam. And yet, when you hear about the pastime of Krishna's manifestation, we hear that Krishna, of course, has manifested to kill the demons, to save Vasudeva and Devaki and all of the Mathuravasis from the onslaught and the demonic rulership of King Kamsa. So we know that Vasudeva Maharaj, he was marrying the sister of King Kamsa. What is her name? Devaki. And this sister of King Kamsa was very beautiful, very qualified, and very, very beloved by her brother. Kamsa was so proud of her and so doting on her. He was so happy, he became the charioteer for Vasudeva and his sister Devaki at their wedding. And giving so much in charity, so happy, because even demons love their kids, and demons love their family members. So Kamsa may be demon, but he loved his sister, and he loved his own family members. So, as he was driving them on this chariot, and it was such a beautiful, lavish, wonderful wedding ceremony, a voice from the sky came. Akashvani. Kamsa, you are such a fool. You do not know that the 8th child of your sister will be your death. Vishnu will come via her womb and will kill you. Immediately, Kamsa became infuriated. Something threatened his existence. Thinking, I am this body. He grabbed her by the hair, raised his sword, and was about to behead her. Vasudeva Maharaj, her husband,
This
new
is
husband,
on the chariot.
on the chariot in front of
He
everyone.
was driving the chariot.
This is the kind of, well, how do you say, power he had. He could have done that in that moment. But Vasudeva Maharaj started trying to appease him. It won't look very good for you if you do this. Besides, it's not good for Dharma. The child doesn't even exist yet. The first child hasn't even been born yet. What to speak of the 8th? Anyhow, and he was thinking, what can I do? What can I do? There must be some way. So Vasudeva Maharaj was very intelligent. How to try to postpone things. Sometimes you need to give up something in advance to avoid in the future to avoid something now. And then later on you can deal with how to clean up the mess that you've made in the future. So he was expert. Somehow he was able to pacify the mind of Kamsa. Don't kill her now. This is her wedding day. It is your sister. It's not an auspicious time to do such a thing. This will bring you infamy. You're such a great king. And so he appeased the ego of Kamsa, and Kamsa decided not to. But how did he appease him? He said, I promise, we will give you whatever children we have, and you can do with them as you see fit. That was the gift he had to give to Kamsa to stop him from doing this horrific thing now. So later on he had to try to figure out how to deal with that, but that wasn't the important thing of the moment. So Kamsa, of course, was, how do you say, he became again affectionately inclined toward his sister. When they had their first child, he wasn't worried about it. Wasn't going to kill him anyway, so no worries. But then Narada Muni came, and Narada Muni, he knows how to stir the pot. And he said, Vishnu's a tricky one. especially
There's
mature
a
vasis.
specific name in, I don't know what it is in Sanskrit.
Kalaha.
Lover of quarrels.
Prem Kalaha.
Prem Kalaha. A lover of quarrels, but transcendental quarrels.
So he likes to, by the influence of Yogamaya, set things up so that Krishna's pastimes will manifest sooner and will be more exciting, so to speak. Like once upon a time, Narada Muni, Lalita.
Yeah, but...
Just quick. I'm not going to tell the whole thing. Is it already 8?
It's after 8.
Wow, time flies. Okay, so once upon a time, Narada Muni went and told, he saw Srimati Radhika and she said, what's going on? He said, oh, Krishna's swinging with Lalita at Lalitakund. And then Radhika went into some kind of man, and then Krishna had to try to deal with it. So Narada Muni sets things up. It's just what he does. It's his nature, but this increases the separation and then the reunion of Radha and Krishna. So these kinds of things are going on. So Narada Muni said, Vishnu's a tricky one. He may come at any time. You don't know if he, I'll give an example. If you have a gun with a cylinder and you spin the wheel, which one is 1 and which one is 8? We don't know. So you don't know which one is going to kill you. So he's like, you can't trust any of them. Vishnu might choose to call the first one 8. And so then Kamsa started becoming very afraid, and he
put them in prison.
He put Vasudeva and Devaki in prison, and every child that came, he was killing them one after another, after another, after another. So we're coming up to then the pastime of Krishna's manifestation in the prison cell of King.
Just touch Baladev Prabhu first.
So before Krishna manifested, someone else was in the womb of Devaki, and that was Baladev Prabhu's manifestation. Why do I say that? The original Baladev was in the womb of Rohini, and the manifestation of Baladev was in the womb of Devaki in the prison cell of Kamsa. After 6 months, she apparently had what looked like a miscarriage. But according to the order of Krishna, Yogamaya transferred baby Baladev, the manifestation of the original Baladev, from the womb of Devaki into the Baladev that was in the womb of Rohini. And he remained there for a total of 14 months before she gave birth to Baladev. Rohini is another wife of Vasudeva Maharaj. So, first Baladev went into the womb of Devaki. For what purpose? To lay the foundation. He is the foundation for everything. He is the Dham. Before Krishna manifests, Baladev Prabhu manifests and makes all arrangements. So he made arrangements within the womb of Devaki that the Supreme Lord Krishna can manifest within her womb. According to Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna did not manifest within the womb of Devaki by normal means. Vasudeva Maharaj impregnated Devaki by mantra. Now this is important. By mantra, Krishna was growing within her. By mantra, Krishna grows within us, within our hearts, by the mantra given by Gurudev. So once again, Gurudev said, don't neglect your mantras. They are so powerful. So, by mantra, Krishna was manifested within the womb of Devaki. Now, I'm going to say something that might sound a little bit interesting, but this Krishna is the manifestation of the original Krishna, in the same way that the Baladev that was in Devaki's womb was the manifestation of the original Balaram in Vrindavan. There's so much more to tell, and I'm like, I need to give her some time to speak.
I'm happy hearing.
Okay, so, because we already told what Chaitanya Mahaprabhu says, the original Krishna, Braja Krishna, never steps one footstep outside of Vrindavan. Vrindavana parityaja padamekam nagacchati, or svagatim naiva gacchati. In fact, the verse is here from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. I was reading it from our Srila Gurudev and Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj today. Come on, be good.
I'm getting his password.
You will never figure it out.
I already know it.
Oh, okay. I guess you have figured it out then. Where is it? Right. So, Krishnonyo Vasudevo I can't remember the shlok at the moment, please forgive me. But he was telling that, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is saying that the Krishna of Mathura and Dwarka is not the same as the Krishna in Vrindavan. He is a manifestation. So the first manifestation of Krishna is Balaram in Vrindavan. The original Krishna, the original Balaram, the original Vrishabhanu, Nandini, Srimati Radhika never stepped one footstep outside of Vrindavan. Their manifestations may do so. So Balaram is Krishna's first manifestation, but he also remains in Vrindavan. From him manifests the first Chatur Vyuha. Vasudeva, Sankarshan, Pradyumna, Aniruddha in Mathura. And from him manifests the next Chatur Vyuha. Vasudeva, Sankarshan, Pradyumna, Aniruddha in Vaikuntha. And from him manifests Karana Dakshaya Vishnu, Grabha Dakshaya Vishnu, Shira Dakshaya Vishnu, and the last limit is Ananta Shesh. So, just getting this very clear, we should understand that not all forms of Krishna are the same. In Tattva, they are one. Dipakchireva hirasantaram abhyupete dipayate vivrita hetu samana dharma yastadrigeva hicha Vishnu tayavi bhati govindam adipurusham tamaham bhajami. Sri Brahma is telling that just as one fire lights this candle lights the next, and the next is lit, and the next is lit. All the fires are fire, but still there's a speciality of the original. The original one has lit all of the other ones. So Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. That is the original Purush. Ishvaraha Paramaha Krishnaha Satchit Ananda Vigraha Anadir Adir Govinda Sarvakarana Karana. He is the prime cause of all causes. He is the original. There is no one before him. And this is proven again by Lord Brahma, where he is saying, Ram Adi Murti Murtishu Kala Niyamena Tishtan Nanavataram Akaro Bhuvaneshu Kintu Krishna Swayam Samapavat Paramapumanyo Govindam Aripurusham Tamaham Bhajami. This is almost a replica of the verse in Srimad Bhagavatam, which is telling all of the scheduled incarnations, followed by Ete Changsa Kala Pungsa Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. All of these are the manifestations or the portions of the original Supreme Personality of Godhead. But Krishna himself is Swayam Bhagavan. Himself, the original Supreme Personality of Godhead. And all others are his Kala. Like the moon has many phases. But there's the full moon. So Krishna is compared to the full moon. And all of the other personalities who are manifested from him, who are not different from him, but yet they are manifesting a particular aspect. Like, for example, Sri Ramachandra is manifesting Maryada. He's the personification of Maryada, following rules and regulations. So this is a specific aspect of Krishna for teaching and for following rules and regulations of scriptures. Maryada manifesting as Sri Ramachandra. He's Maryada Purushottam Sri Ramachandra Ki Jai.
Jai.
And Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Narasingha, all are these Kala. Ete Changcha Angsa Kala. They are his manifestations. But Krishna himself is Swayam Bhagavan. So this verse in Brahma Samhita by Sri Brahma is saying, Ram Adi Murtishu, Sri Ramchandra and all of the other, and so forth, Adi Murtishu, manifestations or forms of the Lord. Kala, they are the portion or the phase of the original Supreme Lord. But Krishna Swayam, again the word Swayam is used in relation to Krishna. Samabhavat Paramapumanyo. He is manifesting everything. He is the source of all of this. Govindam Adi Purush. He is the original Purush, the original manifester, the original creator of everything. So when the original Krishna manifests in this world, all of the other forms, his avatars, are always manifested within him. And sometimes for the purpose of doing anything like killing demons, it is the function of those avatars within him to kill demons. Krishna's function is not to kill demons. Not Braj Krishna. He's a lover. He is a son. He is a best friend. He is playing games. But when the demons are being killed, all of our acharyas have acknowledged that it is the Vishnu avatars within him, whose function it is to kill demons, who are doing the activities of killing the demons. Interestingly enough. So the original Krishna was born from the womb of Yashoda at the same time that the manifestation of that original Krishna, who was present within the womb of Devaki, having been given by Vasudeva Maharaj through mantra, manifested in the jail cell of King Kamsa. How? What did he look like?
A 16-year-old beautiful youth.
With long, dark, wavy hair, earrings,
4 arms,
helmet, 4 arms, wearing yellow garments and Vaijanti Mala past his knee, having conch shell, disc, club, and lotus flower, wearing all of his regalia, Shringar, as Sriman Narayan, he appeared before Vasudeva and Devaki. And immediately they offered so many prayers to him. They were aware that he is God. Simply, he's standing there before them. God appeared before them in the prison cell of King Kamsa. And they offered so many prayers to him. That same God. But the origin of that form.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone. Sitting for too long. Sorry.
I'm used to it.
Sorry, my leg.
That same God, the origin, the Supreme Lord, the origin of all of the other forms, made his presence in this world just like an ordinary child. He took birth from the womb of Mother Yashoda. Hence we call it Krishna Janma. Janma means birth, or Janamashtami. And Mother Yashoda didn't offer prayers to her baby boy. He only cried a little, and she just gave him her own breast milk. So this is the speciality of Vrindavan, and the difference between the overwhelming madhuryata, the sweetness and the affection of the Brajbasis for Krishna and Vrindavan, compared to the Aishvaryata, or the awe and reverence mood of Mathura. Now, why is it that Nanda and Yashoda had Krishna as their own baby, as their son, and Vasudeva and Devaki had Krishna as their God? Because in their previous lifetimes, it is told in Srimad Bhagavatam that Prishni and Sutapa, this is Vasudeva and Devaki, they were undergoing intense austerities, praying for what purpose? To have the Lord as their son. They wanted to have God as their son. And so in many births, they had God as their son. And again, as Vasudeva and Devaki, they had God as their son. Then they prayed to him, oh, do please take a small form. And we'll speak more about that later. But Nanda and Yashoda didn't pray to have God as their son. They prayed to have Vatsalya Prem, parental love and affection for the Lord. So how else can you have parental love and affection? Pure parental love and affection. Unless he manifests as your baby, as your child. So he manifested or took birth as an ordinary human-like child. It appears that he took birth like a human child. And they served him as parents would love their children in this world. This has all been confirmed and corroborated by all of our Gaudiya Vaishnava Acharyas and Shastras and Srimad Bhagavatam itself. Srimad Bhagavatam itself uses certain terms and certain words in the pastime. Oh my God, so much more to tell. So in the pastime of, oh my God, there's so much. So,
I guess we should have started at noon.
When Krishna was born in Gokul, at that time, and he manifested in the prison cell of King Kamsa, something happened. Vasudeva and Devaki prayed to him, please take a form as a small child. We wish to see you as our child. He said, I will do so, but he gave instructions first. Immediately, you must take me to Vrindavan and exchange me with the child, the newborn daughter of Nanda and Yashoda. So Vasudeva Maharaj followed the instruction. They offered pranam, offered so many prayers, and then you can sit here for a little bit.
Yeah, I am.
And followed the instruction of Krishna. So Vasudeva Maharaj's shackles came undone. All of the guards fell asleep. All of the doors opened automatically. And Vasudeva Maharaj was able to carry this baby. We have heard that Devaki gave Krishna milk at that time, but then I've read recently that it wasn't at that time, it was at another time. When Krishna had come and her older children had come, Krishna brought them back. And then she breastfed Krishna later on, but not when he was a baby. So, I just read that the other day from one of our acharyas. So, Vasudeva Maharaj was bringing this small baby Krishna, carrying him. And it was a thunderous, stormy, rainy night, just like the other day we had here. As he was carrying him, he was trying to protect him from the storms and the rain, but then he had to cross Jamuna. He didn't know where to cross or how to cross. It said that at that time Ananta Shesha came and was making a umbrella over their heads. And Vasudeva Maharaj was carrying Krishna. He was trying to see how to cross, and he saw one jackal crossing Yamuna. And he saw that that jackal was able to cross, so he was following that jackal. But Yamuna Devi was so in great eager anticipation to touch the lotus feet of Krishna that she began to rise. I'm remembering now Narottam Das Thakur as he entered into the Padma River, and it began to rise as it rose for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in ecstasy. So Jamuna started rising, and Vasudeva Maharaj was trying to hold Krishna. He was holding him above his head like that, so that Jamuna could touch Krishna. In some places it is said that for a moment Vasudeva Maharaj lost control, but quickly was able to get Krishna back. So at that time it is said, there's different kathas from different kalpas, but that Jamuna made the arrangement for the transference. So Vasudeva Maharaj brought this baby, Krishna, and put him next to Yashoda. Mind you, it was very dark and stormy night. And didn't see anything else. He only took her newborn baby girl, as he was ordered to by Krishna, and brought him back to Kamsa. In the meantime, because wherever the original is there, if his manifestation is there, that manifestation merges into the form of the original. So that Vasudeva Krishna entered into the form of the original Krishna, unknown or unseen by Vasudeva Maharaj or anyone else. And then Vasudeva Maharaj had returned to the prison cell of King Kamsa with that baby girl, the daughter of Yashoda. When Kamsa came in the morning, having heard that, they had their child, he was afraid, he was desperate, but at the same time he found out, what? You had a baby girl? And then his heart became a little concerned and soft. He said, no, you were supposed to have a boy, the 8th son of Devaki was supposed to kill me. You're having a girl? But as he would do, he was afraid, I don't know if I could trust. And he used to dash these babies to the floor, and that's how he would kill them. So he took this baby girl by her feet and attempted to dash her to the floor, but she slipped from his hands. She flew up into the air, manifesting an 8-armed form as Durga, kicked him in the head. That was his worshipful deity.
Something interesting. Srila Gurudev said that it was Yoga Maya that took birth here as Krishna's sister.
Yes.
But the moment that Kamsa touched her, she became Mahamaya. So it just
even the original Yoga Maya can never be taken from Vrindavan.
Yes, but Gurudev made it clear that he never touched even Yoga Maya, that the moment he grabbed her, she was Mahamaya and kicked him.
So she kicked him in the head, and what did she tell him?
Kamsa, you fool! You do not, do you want to tell?
Tell it!
You do not know that child, the 8th son, has been born somewhere else.
She actually used the words,
born.
He has taken birth somewhere else. She said he has taken birth. The word Janma was used. In Srimad Bhagavatam it is there. So there you have the word of Durga Devi herself that Krishna has taken birth somewhere else. So I wanted to share. There's some time, a little time.
We have to do some ashtakams
We
and
do.
Raj Kirtan. And I want to tell a couple pastimes.
You will. Plenty.
He could go on till 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
No.
Yes.
No.
It's not a bad thing.
What's not a bad thing? This phone is having a weird short. So Srila Prabhupada writes himself in the purport
Oh no.
of 10:347.
Can you use my phone to do it?
I have no idea why it's doing this.
Oh no.
Of 10, yeah, it's just going on and off. All right, I'll just read it on the computer then. There's some power thing. Really, it's just flashing on and off, on and off.
Last time you lost your phone in Radhika, now it's dying on Janamashtami.
And it's being utilized in Seva. So, okay. So Srila Prabhupada said, he wrote in the purport of 10:4-9, 10th canto, chapter 4, text 9. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur discusses that Krishna appeared simultaneously as the son of Devaki and as the son of Yashoda, along with the spiritual energy Yogamaya. As the son of Devaki, he first appeared as Vishnu, and because Vasudeva was not in the position of pure affection for Krishna, Vasudeva worshipped his son as Lord Vishnu. Yashoda, however, pleased her son Krishna without understanding his godhood. This is the difference between Krishna as the son of Yashoda and as the son of Devaki. This is explained by Vishwanath Chakravarti on the authority of Hari Vangsha. How Srila Prabhupada wrote this. Because most people only read the Krishna book, they don't read the chapters that Prabhupada did complete verse by verse of the Srimad Bhagavatam before he entered Samadhi. Then he says in the purport of 10:4-9, this is all before Brahma Vimohan Lila, which is what he departed during that time. So he wrote this: the word Anuja, meaning the younger sister, is significant. When Vishnu or Krishna took birth from Devaki, manifested from Devaki, he must have simultaneously taken birth from Yashoda also. Otherwise, how could Yogamaya have been Anuja, the Lord's younger sister?
Also, it should be stated, just in case anyone doesn't know, that Yogamaya is not Subhadra,
Yes.
Krishna's younger sister.
Subhadra is another daughter of Vasudeva Maharaj. I heard through Rohini.
Oh, I thought it was Devaki. Oh, nice. Okay.
I just read it. Yeah. Someone
Nice.
went through and collected all the quotes.
Okay.
So she's another daughter of Vasudeva Maharaj, the sister of Krishna and
Balaram.
Yes. Interesting, huh?
Very.
Yes.
No wonder Balaram had that mamata about her marriage.
Yeah. So, then in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, I wanted to tell you this verse. Krishnonyo yadu sambhuto yap purnasos yatapara vrindavana parityajya svagachin naiva gacchati. The Krishna known as Yadukumar is Vasudev Krishna. He is different from the Krishna who is the son of Nanda Maharaj. I'm not just telling this. This is what our Srila Prabhupada wrote in his translation to Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and is corroborated by every Rupa Anuga Vaishnava and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself. So this is...
And Durga.
And Durga Devi. So, he is different from the Krishna who is the son of Nanda Maharaj. Yadukumar Krishna manifests his pastimes in the cities of Mathura and Dwarka. But Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaj, never at any time leaves Vrindavan. That's in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya Lila 167. And then Prabhupada here is confirming what I already told previously. He told on the 3rd of November 1974, Krishna, when he's engaged in killing some demons, that Krishna is different from the original Krishna. That is Vasudev Krishna. That is Vasudev. Krishna personally does not go anywhere. Padam padam ekam nagachati. Giving up Vrindavan. He never gives up Vrindavan. He doesn't go even one step away from Vrindavan. That is original Krishna. And other things, other activities which are done by Krishna, like killing demons, that is accomplished. That is Vasudev Krishna. So our Srila Prabhupada is giving so many very powerful and strong proofs of this point, and all of our acharyas have also given the proofs on these points. Yes, so now we'll do another kirtan. You sure you don't want to sit on the outside?
Hey, just because I'm old and need to move. So what kirtan? Are we going to do Dasavatar Stotram?
You know, Srila Gurudev told, because they sang Dasavatar Stotram, I was thinking of not singing it. Like, why should we sing Dasavatar Stotram? This is not about the appearance or the birth of Krishna. This is about all of the other manifestations. But Gurudev said, if you only had rasamalai morning, noon, and evening, and nothing else to eat, no sweets, no savory, no salty, no bitter, no pungent, nothing else, he said, you wouldn't be able to appreciate the sweetness of rasamalai. So Krishna manifests all of these other forms and pastimes. He said, like wrestlers. If you had 20 wrestlers all together and then you watch them wrestle with each other, the final one who wins, then you will know his greatness. But if you're just hanging out with the wrestler and you haven't seen him establish his glory, then you won't understand it properly. So all of these other forms have been shown and given to show the sweetness and the charm and the superiority and the original nature of Krishna. So Sri Dasavatar Stotram.
Page
Pralaya payodhi jale drittavanasi vedam. Maybe we'll just sing it together, no? Page 349 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Gucha, also by Sri Jayadev Goswami.
I'll try to sing along with you, but I think you should just do this.
Pralaya payodhi jale drittavanasi vedam vidita paditra charitram vedam keshavadritta meena sharira jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare shikiri abhipulatare tishtati tapa prishte dharani dharana dina chakra karishte keshavadritta kurma sharira jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare vasati dashana shikhare dharani tabalagna shashini kalanka kale manimagna keshavadritta shukara rupa jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare Vasakara kamala hare nakamadutta shingam dalita hiranya kashipu tanu bringam keshavadritta narahari rupa jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare chalayasi vikramane balimaduttamam padanakamira chanita janapavam keshavadritta vamana rupa jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare jai jagadisha hare kshatriya vruddhirammaye jagadapagata papam Keshava, Krishna, Keshava, Krishna, 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 So, I'm realizing more and more that the glories of the Lord are unlimited, and we're barely scratching the surface.
We are so limited.
So limited, at barely any time.
Continue.
Me continue. Where was I?
You were that, so Kamsa was hit in the head by Yogamaya, or
Yes.
by Mahamaya.
Yes, in the form of Durga, and she said, the one who will kill you has already taken birth somewhere else. So we just corroborated all of that through the teachings of our Srila Prabhupada. Also, I've got so many beautiful teachings from our Srila Gurudev, Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj, Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj.
It is known.
It is known. So we should understand that Mathuresh Krishna was not born in the jail cell in Mathura. He manifested with 4 arms, all regalia, as a beautiful 16-year-old youth, but not of Braj. No flute, no peacock feather. Even if you saw it in the pictures, he did not have a peacock feather. He only wears one in Vrindavan.
Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj made it known that our Srila Prabhupada had them make all of the avatars with peacock feathers so that we understood that they all were coming from Avatari Krishna.
Yes, so they're all manifested from Keshava. Keshava Dritta Matsya Shirya. Like, does Matsya really have a helmet and a peacock feather as he's swimming through the water? He might. Does Kurma really have a helmet and a peacock feather as he's swimming through the ocean of milk? So, where were we? Oh.
You were with, so Krishna appeared in the jail cell of Kamsa, and am I going?
No, I'm just, and then?
And so he took Krishna, he took his Vasudev Krishna by Jamuna, and Jamuna went up to touch his feet.
Yes, we already told all of that.
Okay, so then Yogamaya, Mahamaya.
Okay, so this is a prelude to one of the reasons why Krishna appeared in this world. He came to kill Kamsa and so many other demons. And so we see that because Durga told him that your child was already, the kid, the baby who is supposed to kill you was already born somewhere else. Today I read from Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj that she said he's already taken his birth somewhere in Gokul. So what did Kamsa do? He sent spies everywhere, trying to find any newborn babies. Also to find any Shaktis. Why? Because when Shaktiman manifests, he must manifest with his Shakti, or his potency. So he had his minions, his demons, searching everywhere, far and wide, for any newborn babies. And so Putana, She was a Kishori witch, and so she could fly in the sky. She was very evil. She liked to drink the blood of newborn babies. That was the kind of witch she was. And she was going everywhere and taking all the newborn babies. By the influence of Yogamaya, all of those newborn babies were those who were destined to become demons, and she was not collecting the devotees. However, she did collect so many of the young girls, and in one kalpa she was carrying these girls and these Shaktis of Krishna. She dropped them in different lakes by accident. One was Srimati Radhika, one was Lalita, Vishaka, Chandravali. She dropped Srimati Radhika in Vrishabhanukunda, and she manifested from that 1,000-petaled lotus. But this Putana was going everywhere, searching for all the newborn children with the intent to kill them, because Kamsa was obsessed that Vishnu was going to kill him, so he wanted to kill all of the newborn babies anywhere who could possibly be a threat to him. So this was his nature. In the meantime, as he was sending all of them, his baby Krishna had just been born, and so now we're going to begin speaking about the pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan. So one quick little Dhuni Kirtan before the Braj.
Okay.
Okay?
How could she, Manini Radha's asking, how could she touch the Shaktis or the Lord?
By the potency of Krishna, via Yogamaya, she did come to Vrindavan, did she not? Madhu Yashoda let her straight in. She was able to pick up and carry Krishna. So how is this possible? This is only possible by the power of Krishna, known as Yogamaya, to make also the impossible possible. How could she touch them? She was used as an instrument to bring them all to Vrindavan, very close, so that they can engage in their sweet pastimes with Krishna.
A very quick side note. When in 1996, when we first came to Vrindavan with our Gurudev to do parikrama, Brajmandal parikrama, it just seemed as though people here really hadn't seen that many Westerners, maybe all at once, I don't know. I mean, devotees were always here from the time of Srila Prabhupada, Westerners. But anyway, there was a lot of molesting going on, just touching bodies. And I cried to Gurudev. I'm like, Gurudev, I'm not here, like, showing my body or being anyway naughty, But why are they doing that? Why can this happen when I'm trying to surrender to you, to Krishna, to the Dham? And Gurudev just looked at me and he said, oh, demons were also here at the time of Krishna, so why not now? I just thought that was a sweet thing, that also in Vrindavan, on this planet, when Krishna is performing his earthly leelas, then these demons come to Vrindavan. But in that eternal Vrindavan, Uppercut Vrindavan, there's only like a memory, a mood of them. They don't come to Vrindavan. So this is also for Leela's sake. It's for the Leela of the Lord, so he can show how magnificent he is without even trying. So, which kirtan? For Janamana?
Right now?
Well, I think so, because look at the time. It's going to be 10 and 11 and 12.
Okay, you lead it. Braj Janamana Sukari Radhe Shyam Shyama Shyam. And that's in the Hindi section, near the back of our Shri Gaudiya Giti Gucha, page 366 by our Srila Gurudev Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Do you want this? Ankura? I don't even know if it'll work.
I really think you should lead it.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm quite sick, so...
Here. Shri Radhe Braja Jana Mano Sukakari Radhe Shyam Shyama Shyama Radhe
Braja Jana Mano Sukakari Radhe Shyama Shyama Shyama
Shri Radhe Braja Jana Sorry. You couldn't hear it anymore.
Were we totally off?
Way off.
Whenever he sings with me, we go in a wrong place.
We used to not, but...
No, it's because I'm used to singing with a harmonium, and without a harmonium, I'm lost.
So we need to just put thumper on all day and all night and just become one with it. Take it.
So as we just heard, Krishna was born in Vrindavan to Mother Yashoda. It is said that Mother Yashoda was actually, Gurudev said, middle-aged because she was about 50 years old. This is very late to have a child, but she wasn't able to have children. She kept miscarrying and not able to have a child. So Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda Mai, they did, I think it was the Dwadashi Vrat for 1 year to have a baby, to have a child. They were actually told, do this vrat. Nanda Maharaj had a dream, I believe. But anyway, they did this vrat. And all of the Brajabasis, because they had so much affection for Nanda and Yashoda, they also performed this vrat. So when Mother Yashoda became pregnant, everyone was ecstatic. They were so happy. And when Krishna was born, all of Braja felt that my own child has been born, because a particular kind of prem was born when Krishna was born, and that is called Vatsalya Prem. All of the Brajabasis, the elderly gopis and gopas, they saw Krishna, and this affection like a parent, that it just manifested from their heart and was bursting forward. Our Srila Gurudev said, it is true that when we hear about the manifestation of Krishna in Mathura, this will capture our worship and our honor, which we should have because he is God of gods. And he said, but when we hear about the birth of Krishna in Gokul from the womb of Mother Yashoda, he said, this will capture our hearts. When Krishna was born, there was an umbilical cutting ceremony. This is one of the proofs that have every Brajabasi understanding that Krishna, without any doubt, is the son of Yashoda. They did a ceremony and they cut that umbilical cord. Even she swears to Krishna, Yashoda Mai, she swears to Krishna, we cut that cord, you are my son. So this is so precious because Krishna, when he's here, when he comes to Vrindavan, when he's born in Braj, he puts down his majesty. He gets rid of that great big crown of majesty. And here, he becomes the darling of Braj. Krishna becomes bewildered by the prem of his own devotees here in Vrindavan. Why? Because they don't see any kind of majesty in him. When Kamsa began to meditate 24 hours a day on death personified, on Krishna, he began to send so many of his minions to kill him. He knew that he was somewhere in Gokul, and as Kishori Mohan Prabhu told, his Shakti is always with him. So the first personality he sent was Putana. Putana was a very, very horrible witch. And like he said, she would kill children. When she came, she made herself so extraordinarily beautiful that all of the Brajabasis who were here at the time, they thought she was the goddess of fortune. It was actually only the elderly personalities, the elderly gopas, and the ladies that were here in Gokul when Putana came. Nanda Baba and all of the younger ones, they went to pay tax to Kamsa at that time. So they weren't here. So Putana came directly into the house of Yashoda. Yashoda and Rahini saw her, and immediately Yashoda, she was thinking, I'm not worthy of having such a son as Krishna. Her humility is such that she thinks that even picking him up will bruise him because he's so soft and tender. She doesn't understand how she was given this glorious baby. He's so beautiful and extraordinary. So when Putana came in, Yashoda thought, she is the goddess of fortune. And Putana, seeing the humility of Yashoda, said, oh, you don't know anything about babies. You don't know how to care for them and feed them. And Yashoda thought, it's true. I don't know anything. So immediately she was willing to give Krishna to this goddess of fortune who would bless her baby. Putana took Krishna and kind of walked a little bit away from Mother Yashoda and Rohini. She was looking down at Krishna, but Krishna turned his face and closed his eyes. There are many reasons given. Some of them are because Krishna knew that she was a demon coming in the guise of like a nursemaid in a motherly position. Also that she came to kill him. Also, he didn't like the idea to kill a woman. There are certain things that shouldn't be killed. One is a cow, a child, a woman. So I think there are 7 things. And a woman is one of them, so Krishna knew that he would have to do that. So for many reasons, Krishna closed his eyes. But she immediately took him. She had smeared enough poison on her breast to kill 10,000 full-grown men. She took Krishna and she put him to her breast. And immediately Krishna started to suck out her milk. But Putana felt something extraordinary happening. Not only was Krishna taking that breast milk and that poison, but at the same time he was sucking out her life. Putana had the strength of 10,000 elephants. She started to try to take Krishna off of her, but he wouldn't let go. Krishna was showing with only his mouth he was able to take Putana's life. She started running. She didn't know what to do. She started screaming, leave me, child, leave me. But Krishna was holding on just with his lips. She started to run. She could no longer hold this beautiful form. She turned into this giant, horrible Rakshashi who was 12 miles high. I think it is said in Ananda Vrindavan Champu, or Gopal Champu maybe, that she only, because she was so high, she ran 2 steps, and that took her quite on the outskirts of Vrindavan. And what happened was, as she was dying, Krishna sucking out her life air, and she was dying, but she didn't die within the boundaries of Braj. She died just at a place where there was Kamsa's special garden, and she broke all this garden. And in, I think it was Gopal Champu, it says how sinful she was that even in her death, she was killing living entities. Mother Yashoda was completely aghast. She thought, what have I done? I have taken my child, and with my own hands, I put him in the arms of this Rakshasa. She became completely like, she fainted, and then she was sitting there, not movable, like a statue. She couldn't do anything. At that time, Nanda Baba and so many were coming back because he actually went to also visit Vasudev. And Vasudev said, you should go quickly. There's an auspicious omen, you need to go back. An inauspicious omen, you need to go back to Braj. So Nanda Maharaj knew that he was his well-wisher, his cousin brother, and he immediately came back. Putana was lying down, and she was gigantic. Yeah. It's telling in Srimad Bhagavatam, in all of these beautiful Ananda Vrindavan Champu, it's telling what her body looked like. It was just horrific. But Krishna wanted the Brajabasis to see that he was okay, so he remained playing on her breast, so they could see him at that peak. They thought it looked like a mountain. When Nanda Baba came back into the vicinity, he looked, he didn't even know where he was. he thought, what is this place? Because it seemed as though she was a mountain. So he thought, this doesn't look familiar. Anyway, the Brajabasis made a huge line, and one of them, they climbed up a ladder and they took Krishna. And each one of them, this is like the first time all of the Brajabasis get a chance to hold Krishna. So each one of them is taking that beautiful, darling baby boy, but very quickly they're handing him to each Brajabasi, going down the line all the way back to the palace of Nanda Baba, where Yashoda and Rohini were. Immediately they put that beautiful, darling baby in the lap of Mother Yashoda, and her life came back. When Nanda Baba came and he saw this, I think it is said that he had some, I guess, like outcast people on the outcast of Braj. They cut up Putana's body and they started to burn it, and they couldn't imagine. The smell was of like a guru and sandal and all kinds of beautiful flavors and musk. And they were thinking, how astonishing is that? And it is said that it is because of the touch of Krishna, her body smelt so beautiful. And what did Krishna do for Putana?
Aho Bhatiyam Stanakala Kutam. Although Putana approached Krishna with the intent to kill him by smearing poison on her breast and giving that poison to Krishna, because she approached in the guise of a mother, Krishna gave her an eternal position in Goloka Vrindavan as a nursemaid. How merciful is Krishna! Hearing this, great personalities like Pundarik Vidyanidhi completely lost their composure. Ashtasaptic bhavs were manifesting, and they were rolling and roaring on the ground, hearing how merciful and kind Krishna is, that just because she had approached as a mother, he gave her an eternal position in Goloka Vrindavan as a mother.
So immediately they began to do all kinds of like auspicious things for Krishna. They bathed him in all kinds of substances. They had Brahmins come and chant mantras over them. Everybody was thinking, how lucky we are that he wasn't hurt. It must be that Nanda and Yashoda have done so many pious things that their Lala wasn't hurt. So everyone was celebrating. After a very short time, about 6 months, maybe less, I don't remember, but a short time passed, and all of a sudden, Krishna turned over. That was a celebration. Krishna turned over on his own. Krishna had made himself by the prema of Mother Yashoda. He became so helpless that he couldn't even turn over on his own for such a long time, completely dependent on his mother. So finally, the day he turned over, everyone had a celebration. Everyone came to do auspicious ceremonies, fire yagyas, and Mother Yashoda put on a huge feast. All the Brajavasis came together, and the young cowherd boys were there. After feeding Krishna, Yashoda Maya saw, oh, he's so sleepy, and I have so much to do. They were all her guests. So she put Krishna under a bullock cart, and it is said that this was a very old and strong cart.
Was that in Chatikara?
In Chatikara.
No.
Was it?
Shakatikara. That's Shakata.
This is still in Gokul.
Yeah.
Chatikara is when they came and they left Gokul.
Because of too many demons.
Yes, because even Trinavarta happened there.
Okay.
So,
under the bullock cart.
Under the bullock cart. So he's there, and this cart was a very strong one. She wouldn't have put him in any bad situation. So in a cradle, she put him there. And she began to serve everyone and being part of the celebration. All of a sudden, Krishna woke up and he thought, I'm hungry. Where's my mother? And he started to cry, but Yashoda didn't hear. He started to cry louder, and again, she didn't hear. So it is said that Krishna, he kicked the wheel of the cart because he was down quite low and the cart was high. He kicked it. And so first we're hearing that with his lips, he killed Putana. Now we're hearing that with his toe, he broke this cart. I forgot. There was a demon, like a ghost demon. His name was Shakat Asura. He was like, he had the ability to make himself invisible. And what he did was he started to press on this ancient and very strong bullock cart, and he wanted to smash Krishna. This is the second demon that Kamsa sent. As he was pushing down on it, just as a byproduct, as he was telling before, Krishna didn't mean to kill Putana. So again, he was crying because he missed his mother and he was hungry. So he touched the bullock cart, and that demon was immediately killed, and Krishna was not hurt by the cart crashing down. All of the little boys saw what had happened, and Yashoda Devi ran and she picked up Krishna, and she was thinking, how could this happen? This cart can hold so many huge pots of ghee and milk and yogurt, and all of a sudden with barely anything on it. And they looked at the boys and they said, what happened? And they're starting to tell them in broken English.
Broken
words.
Bhasha. Broken words. It was definitely broken English because it wasn't English.
I'm so sorry.
In broken Braj Bhasha.
In broken words. I don't know why you're saying. Okay, stop. In broken words.
International incident.
Oh, goodness. They started trying to tell Yashoda and everyone what had happened. And they were saying that a demon was there and Krishna kicked the cart and they were thinking, what are these boys talking about? And they were trying, but they didn't hear them. But immediately, Mother Yashoda took the opportunity for all of the Brahmins there to be able to bless Krishna, and they bathed him in all kinds of wonderful substances for his auspiciousness. Not so long after, Krishna, who was never away from his mother, see, she became very, very protective of him because he always seemed to be in calamities. Also, we should understand that when these calamities happen, Mother Yashoda's praying becomes even more. It seems like it can't go to any more of an extent. But when Krishna becomes endangered, when some demon comes to hurt him, all of a sudden it's called a Sanchari Bhav. On the wave of her Vatsalya Prem comes this like huge wave of fear, of, oh no, what's happening to Krishna? So it increases her praying even more. And then when they're again with Krishna, then again that kind of comes down, and that prema of Vatsalya becomes more and more magnified. So all of these demons and leelas, they're actually increasing the love and affection of the Brajabasis. And Krishna is showing that he is actually the controller of everything. In Vrindavan, even though he is like a little baby, there is still, as Kishori Mohan Prabhu was saying, Narayan inside of him that is killing those demons. Krishna is unaware of that, but still, he is Krishna, Satchidananda Vigraha. So, next demon is Trinavarta. So
Trinavarta came from Kamsa.
You want to sing it?
Well, I think you should tell the story first.
Because it tells the whole story.
Yeah, we don't want to spoil it.
So, one day, Krishna was thinking, oh, I want to see all of Braj. And he saw a bird flying and he thought, oh, how nice it would be to be able to be like a bird and fly in the sky. Then I could see everything. So immediately when Krishna had this desire, Yogamaya, his potency of fulfilling his desires immediately took effect. Mother Yashoda, who would never be separated from Krishna for a moment, all of a sudden as she was holding him, she felt that he became so heavy that she couldn't hold him. So she put him down in the courtyard. And because of Yogamaya, she turned and she went to do anything in the house, thinking he'll be safe just sitting in the courtyard. At that moment, Trinavarta came from Kamsa, and he was like a whirlwind. He was spinning, and all of a sudden, all the dust of Raj became like swirling around, Everyone's eyes were having like a tornado. They had to close their eyes. No one could see anything. If you're ever in Vrindavan, you'll find that there are dust storms quite often. And you have to shut everything in your eyes. You have to close them. Otherwise you get dust in your eyes.
Inside the house, because the dust can get through anything.
So this whirlwind demon came and immediately picked Krishna up. And Krishna was so happy and excited. He thought, oh, look, now I'm able to see everything. So as he was looking down, he began to see all of Vrindavan. He saw Gokul and the house of Nanda Baba. He started to see, oh, look, there is Jamuna. There is Govardhan. Oh, there is Varshana. And so he started looking at all of the beautiful places of Braj. He was so happy. Also, another reason that he did this was because all of the damsels in the heavenly planets who were every now and then trying to see Krishna's Leela, they couldn't come close enough and they were dying for his darshan. So Krishna thought, I should also give them my darshan to see how darling I am. So Krishna was holding on to Trinavarta, looking at everything so happily. Then all of the beautiful women of the heavenly planets got to have darshan of Krishna. And Krishna became satisfied looking at everything happening. All of a sudden Krishna realized, I'm so high, I can't see Vrindavan anymore. And then he became scared. And because of that fear, he held on tight to Trinavarta. And Trinavarta began to choke. And he started to fall down to the ground. Our Gurudev would say that his eyes popped out like two rasgulas. And he came crashing down to the ground and fell down dead. But Krishna was unharmed. You can sing the song now. This is one of our Gurukul songs that we sang in Gurukul.
I would say pre-Gurukul. It was nursery school.
I learned it in Gurukul. I didn't go to nursery school.
Trinavarta came from Kamsa, shaped like a whirlwind, putting Krishna on his shoulders, darkening Vrindavan. Dust, dust all around, baby Krishna can't be found. Yashoda is crying upon the ground. But baby Krishna made himself as heavy as a mountain. He caught Trinavarta's neck and made him fall down, down to the ground. Simple Trinavarta, demons die away and Krishna is saved. Down to the ground, simple Trinavarta, demons have to die and Krishna stays alive.
So that was our Gurukul song. It's how we remembered the Leelas. There was a Putana one, but I won't sing it.
Not now.
Although Gurudev made us sing it at a program once. Yes. He did the Putana Leela and then he said, oh, and he had us sing it in English.
Yeah, and when we would sing the songs, he would move his fingers back and forth. Yeah.
So, Mother Yashoda became very perturbed. She was thinking, what is happening? All of these demons are coming and they're attacking my Lala. So again, she called the Brahmins and the priests and asked them to do yagyas. They bathed him in cow dung and cow urine and milk and ghee and yogurt. They did, and they hit him with the tail of a black calf. They did all kinds of auspicious things for him. You have to come and tell Brahmanda God.
So they hit him with the tail of a black calf?
Well, not hit him, but they like. It's
Are you gonna stay here?
Yeah, it's almost. I'm sorry.
Don't touch anything. 1 second.
Nothing happened.
No, you lost a horse.
That's the same horse.
No, it's Krishna's horse.
I'm sorry.
And here's another one. Oh, and the deer fell over too. Hold on.
That was like Trinavarta.
Yes, Trinavarta's happy. He likes that. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
He's got his. Oops, his other horse. They can't carry him if they're asleep. Because later on we're gonna sing Hati Gora Palaki.
Okay. So Brahmanda God.
So Brahmanda means the universe. What happened in Brahmanda God? So many things happened in Brahmanda God. Brahmandaghat is where Nanda Baba and all in Gokul would go and take bath. Very beautiful place to bathe in Yamuna. So at Brahmandaghat, this is also the place, one of the places, but this is the place where Mother Yashoda was told by some of the cowherd boys that your son, Krishna, is eating dirt. She said, what? And the boys were telling on him. Why do the cowherd boys tell on Krishna? Why do they tell on him? The devotees asked this to our Gurudev. You know what he answered?
Because they want to see Krishna get beat.
And then the devotees were like, but why would they want to see Krishna get beat?
He said,
because they're suckas.
They're suckas.
That's what they do. You need to understand a little bit of this culture to get it. But yeah, they have this kind of thing, like, oh, let me set him up to get, a good chiding. So,
not beat, just in trouble, chastised.
And then they would laugh about it. So, they were telling Mother Yashoda, we saw your son Krishna eating dirt. She said, let me see. Open your mouth. And when Krishna opened his mouth, what did she see? She saw the entire Brahmanda, the entire universe, everything within his mouth. And she was becoming confused and a little bit dizzy. What's going on? And then she saw the earth planet. Then she saw Vrindavan. Then she saw herself looking in his mouth, and she became so afraid. She thought maybe there's some danger, some demon or anything, some ghost, which is trying to affect Krishna. So that she ties black strings around him, she puts black marks, black kajal, everything to ward off any negative influence. And she has him bathed by the Brahmins with all kinds of auspicious things, like Sudevi just told, and with cow dung and cow urine, she had him bathed with all of these things, and mantras chanted over him, because she thought, oh, some spirits, some ghosts are trying to disturb my son. So she never thought, oh, he is God. When Arjuna was shown the universal form by Krishna, what did he think? He thought, oh, forgive me, I've made so many mistakes. I called you my best friend. I was treating you like my own brother. We would lie in the same bed and hang out, and we would eat off the same plate. I married your sister. What have I done? I've made so much aparad. Please forgive me. But Mother Yashoda never thought, oh, he's God. She only tried to protect him, and then she gave him her own breast milk. Also, at Brahmandaghat, one time the cowherd boys were all laughing at Krishna. And Krishna was there, thinking, why are they laughing at me? And they're pointing at him. And as cowherd boys would do, he was kind of laughing with them. The uncomfortable laugh. Okay, let me just go along with it. And he's kind of like looking like, why are they laughing? And then one of the boys said to Krishna, you're not really Nanda and Yashoda's son. Look how fair they are, and look how black you are. You're so dark, you can't possibly be their son. What we think is your mother, your real mother, couldn't take care of you. So she felt sorry for you. She put you in a hole of a tree, hoping that someone would rescue you and take care of you. And Nanda Baba, he found you. And he brought you home, feeling compassionate for you. And Yashoda accepted you, because she was also feeling sorry for you. So they adopted you, but you're not really their son. And Krishna was like, that's not true. And they're laughing like, yes, it is, ha ha ha, like that. And Krishna just kind of glanced at Balaram. Because Balaram's his older brother. Balaram's always got his back. He's got a certain kind of mood of always taking care of Krishna. Krishna looked to Balaram, and Balaram just went, what they say is true. Oh, Krishna became furious, upset. He ran away from there. He ran home, upset and angry. Normally he runs into the arms of his mother. This time, he ran to his room, started packing his stuff up on a stick, tying it into a bag and putting it on the end of the stick, and started marching out. Mother Yashoda's like, what's going on? What are you doing? He said, today I learned the truth. You're not my real mother. The boys told me what happened. They told me that you just felt bad for me and you adopted me. So I'm going to go and find my real mother. Mother Yashoda said, I swear I'm your mother. She said, did you ask your brother? And he said, yes. What did he say? Krishna said, he confirmed it. And she said, anyhow, I swear I'm your mother. I swear to Narayan, you came from my womb. He said, then why the difference in complexion? Why am I so dark and you're so fair? She said, because we're elderly and we couldn't have a child. So we were praying to Shalagram. And because he's black, and you came as the mercy of Shalagram. Shalagram Prasad. So you also came dark like Shalagram. He said, okay. Anything else? She had already sworn that he came from her womb. And that they did the umbilical cutting ceremony. But then Krishna needed something more. So Yashoda said, come with me. She brought him to the Goshala. And there she said, you see that baby calf? Because Sudevi just talked about a black calf with, this is blessing for Krishna. You see that calf? Yes. What color is he? Krishna said black. She said, you see his mother? Yes. What color is she? Oh, she's white. And you see the father? What color is he? Krishna said, he's white. She said, so sometimes in nature it happens like this. I swear you are my son. And then Krishna said, okay. And then there was a beautiful reunion. But when she saw him walking out, her heart began to run after him. She couldn't tolerate. So beautiful pastimes like this are taking place at Brahmanda Ghat.
So now we will sing Madhur Ashtakam.
Jai.
Anjali says, nursery rhyme of Trinavarta, can't find it.
There are places, actually, I have the stories, I don't have the songs. A devotee named Mrigakshi, she made them, and there are places where you can download them. I mean, we just heard them a lot when we were little and used to sing them all the time because we didn't know all of the mundane songs of this material world when we were little. Only afterward we began to learn some of these things, but growing up in a Krishna conscious society. Oh, did you find the page?
No.
It starts with Adharam.
I'm just going from page to page.
Oh yeah. Adharam Madhuram 293. In our Sri Gaudiya Giti Gucha. Now do you believe me that we decided to start earlier than 5?
It's not long enough.
Starting at 4 or now? Now it's definitely not long enough. So Madhurashtakam Shri Mad Vallabhacharya, page 293. You're going to sing it with me?
Yeah, because we don't have time. 8 hours program.
No, the last time we started at 6 and we said we need to start at...
No, I think we started at 7.
No, that was the previous year. Then we went to 6 and then this time 5. But last time we said we need to start at like 4 or 2 or noon even. And they said, yeah, we'll be there with you. So... Adharam madhuram badaram madhuram nayanam madhuram hasitam madhuram hridayam madhuram kamanam madhuram madhuradhipaterakhilam madhuram bhajanam madhuram charitam madhuram Vasanam madhuram bali
most excellent of thieves. One day, one elderly gopi went to her husband and told him, I'm going to Jamuna and I need to collect some water. But every day, Yashoda Nandan, the son of Yashoda Devi, he comes here and he steals my freshly churned butter. I just churned some and I have it in our storehouse. So while I'm gone, I'm asking you to guard it. The husband looked at her and he thought, well, he's just a little child. No problem. Go to Jamuna. I'll guard your butter. She said, trust me, just guard it. And she went. That husband began to wait, thinking, when will Krishna come? But it took some time. So he took like a straw bed. You'll see in Braj, as you go from town to town, all of these people have these like straw beds and they just sit down on them or they sleep on them in the afternoon.
It's just a really rinky-dink wooden frame with like a straw rope.
Everywhere around Braj you see them. So he took one of those and he put it in front of the storehouse door. And he was waiting for Krishna. But Gurudev said that Nidra Devi, sleep came there and sat on his eyelids and put him to sleep. Krishna just then came and peeked around the corner. He saw, oh, today my gopi friend isn't there. And one sleeping Baba, he's in front of the storehouse. But he doesn't know. I'm so little. I'm so tricky. Easily I can get in there and steal that butter. So Gurudev said, like a cat, if you've ever seen a cat sneaking up, very carefully Krishna went and he crawled underneath the bed, reached up and opened the storehouse door. And crawling underneath, he went inside and saw, oh, right there in front of him is a fresh pot of fluffy butter, just churned from the sweet heart of that gopi. Immediately, Krishna went and started to take and taste everything. Our Gurudev said, what was he tasting? He said, as she was churning that yogurt, she was only thinking, Govinda Davo Dharmadaveti, Govinda Davo Dharmadaveti, Govinda Davo Dharmadaveti, Govinda Davo Dharmadaveti. Her heart was melting, and that melted heart entered into that butter. And Krishna was taking and tasting it with so much happiness. Immediately he saw, oh no, today I took everything. But happily, because he thought I will surely get in trouble, but he remembered, oh, I have one sleeping Baba friend outside. So he took what he could left of the butter, and quietly he went and he wiped it on the mouth and the hands of that sleeping husband, and immediately he ran away. Just then, that gopi coming back from Jamuna was singing the pastimes of Krishna, and it woke the husband up. He heard, oh, my wife is coming. He pushed the bed out of the way and stood in front of the storehouse as though he had been guarding it the whole time. She didn't even look at her husband. She just went in, opened the door, and within her heart she became so happy. Today he took everything. Not even a drop is left in the pot. But externally, she said to her husband, hey, I told you to do a simple thing and to guard my pot of butter from Yashoda Nandan, and you couldn't do it. Look, he stole everything. That husband came up and he looked and he said, Krishna came. He came and he must have taken it all. She looked at him and she saw he had butter all over his face and his hands. And she said, oh, you horrible, horrible person. You are blaming that sweet, innocent child. Look at you. You have butter all over you. And now you took it, you ate it all, and now you're blaming that poor innocent little boy. How could you be so cruel-hearted? The husband looked at his hands. He saw butter is there. He felt his mouth. He thought, how can it be? While I slept, I went and I ate everything? He was in so much trouble and he couldn't understand how it happened. The next day, that gopi went to her husband and said, again I have to go to Jamuna, and I know that Krishna will come to take my butter. She said, so I'm telling you, you guard my butter, and you yourself, you do not take it. He said, I promise I won't touch it. So she went off happily with her pot to Jamuna. Today, that Baba thought, I'm not going to go to sleep today. I'm going to be alert to Krishna. So he sat down and he began to wait and wait. After some time, Krishna came and he peeked around the corner. At the same time, Krishna saw the Baba, and at that time, he saw Krishna. And Krishna thought, oh, he saw me. Now I have to go see him. So very sweetly, trying to make himself even more darling than he already is, he began to smile at that Baba. Our Gurudev said his lips were red like a bimba fruit. His kajal was on his lotus eyes. And Gurudev said his hair was curling around his moonlight face like so many bees kissing his face. When that Baba saw him, he was charmed. And Krishna said, oh Baba, what are you doing sitting here? You look like you're thinking about something. He thought, oh, today, Krishna, not today, you won't charm me. I don't know what kind of trick you played yesterday, but my wife, she's so angry at me, so I'm requesting you. Don't steal any butter from my house today. You can go to any other house in Braj, but not mine. And Krishna said, oh, I never want to cause any difficulty for anyone. Don't worry. I know next door, they have such good fresh butter. And like he was his comrade, because he told him he could go anywhere, he's like, I know where there's good butter. The Baba said, yes, go there, go quickly and eat their butter. And Krishna danced off, ready to go to the next gopi's heart to taste that butter. Just then, the gopi came home from Jamuna. And again, she went straight past her husband, who was so happy and proud. She opened the storehouse door and she looked. She became so sad. She said, oh, all the butter is there? No one came today to steal any butter? She looked at her husband and he put his chest out so proudly. Oh, Krishna came. He came all right. But I told him he could go to any other house in all of Braj, not to steal from our house. I sent him away. She looked at him and said, are you mad? Are you crazy? What have you done? Don't you know why I get up early and churn butter? So that Krishna will come and steal it. Don't you know why we milk cows? Why we even have cows? So that Krishna will come and steal our butter. She took that freshly churned butter, put it in his hand and said, go and feed this to him right now. Go! And she sent him and he was completely bewildered. Our Gurudev said, this is Braj, so full of so much sweetness that even the Brajabasis are completely bewildered by love and affection. One day, one Sakhi of Yashoda went to her and said, oh Yashode, I have to tell you something about your naughty boy. Yashoda thought, oh no, what did he do now? She said, your son, he's a thief. And you've been told this, and all of us know this, he's a thief. But there's something more dangerous than just a thief. That's a charming thief. He's so charming. And she said, right now, we can laugh and it's cute. But when he grows up, these two things, thievery and charm, are going to give him a very bad reputation. She said, oh, Sakhi. Yashoda said, Sakhi, what did he do? She said, just yesterday, I was just walking to my storehouse where I keep all of my freshly made dahi and butter. She said, I opened the door and walked in, and there, sitting in the middle of the floor, with butter all around him and a big pot, he was eating butter. He looked up, smiled at me, went back to taking butter and calling monkeys to come and eat it. No shame, no care whatsoever. And he was calling them, don't be afraid. Come, come, come. I have something for you. And then he would eat some and give some to the monkeys. I said, hey, you, Lala, what are you doing? Have you no shame? Why are you becoming such a thief? Not only a thief, but you're calling all kinds of monkeys to take my butter? Krishna looked at her and he put a very sad face on and he said, oh? He said, I was just walking by the house and such a beautiful prem, such a loving mood was coming. I thought, this must be my house. So I thought, this is my house, this is my butter, and you're my mother.
Oh my God.
He said, but you're not my mother, and this is not my butter. Oh, then I'll go. That Sakhi told Yashoda, my heart stopped. He called me his mother. This was his house, and I'm his mother. She said, no, I am your mother. Sit there, don't move. She jumped over to him, picked him up, put him on her lap, and began to feed him that butter. She said, Yashoda, with my own hands, I was feeding him. Then he took my hands and pushed it toward the monkeys so that I would feed them to make him happy, sitting on my lap. I started to feed the monkeys. Krishna was laughing and clapping and pointing to all the different monkeys, and I was feeding them, making him so happy. Finally, after some time, so many pots of butter were distributed to his monkey friends. Krishna's belly was quite full and fat. The monkeys were laying around and they weren't taking the butter anymore. Krishna stood up. He looked at me and he said, your makhan, your butter is no good. Even the monkeys don't want it. And he laughed and he ran away. I was sitting there, shocked. He had tricked me, that charming boy of yours, into giving all of that out. And then he walked away after insulting me. She said, so I'm warning you. You are going to have to do something about him because these two things, thievery and charm, are not a good mix. Yashoda thought, I'm going to have to do something. That day, when Krishna came home from playing, he went to jump into her lap. She held him for a moment, but she put him aside and she said, what kind of boy are you? You are such a thief. All of my Sakhis, they're coming and they're reporting to me every day that you are a thief. She said, you are the son of the king of Vrindavan, Nanda Baba. He has 9 lakh cows. And there are so many pots of butter here. Stealing from your own home is one thing. But stealing from all of those around us, from my friends. She said, there has never been such a thief in our dynasty. How have you become so? Krishna said, oh, I'm a thief. Maya, you didn't even ask me. You just accused me. All day I'm out and I'm playing. I'm taking the calves out. And I come home only for a little bit of sweet motherly affection. But today you are only blaming me and calling me a thief. I'm leaving home. He went into his room. He grabbed his favorite toys and his flute. And he started to walk out. Yashoda stopped and said, "What are you doing? Where are you going?" "I'm going, I'm leaving. I don't want to be here. I can go live in the Goshala. I can get milk there. I won't stay here. How can I stay with these kinds of conditions?" Yashoda began to become fearful. "No, Lala, don't leave, don't leave." He said, "No, Maya, I am a thief. Today, just today, I went and I stole from the neighbors." She said, "No, no, no, they're all liars. They're all liars. You are not a thief. Maya, I am a thief. I am a thief." And she was saying, "No, no, you're not a thief. You're not a thief. Only they are thieves, not you, not you." And so Krishna was pacified and he was able to stay in the lap of Mother Yashoda. These sweet leelas are there to capture our hearts. When, oh when will that sweet day come? When Krishna will come and want to steal our affection. Every day we're cooking, we're cleaning, we're doing all of the external things that the gopis are doing. Singing in kirtan, cleaning the house, our Gurudev would say, brooming the house. We're doing all kinds of things and offering it to Krishna. And we're praying, "Please come and take this." But when will that sweet day come when our hearts become so saturated with love and affection that our offering will be in the fact that we're calling his name and ourselves are completely offered to him, that there's nothing left? He will come and capture our heart before we can even think to offer it to him. He will already have stolen it because our hearts have become so sweet that he becomes attracted to it. Our Gurudev said that our love and affection will have to become more than Krishna's love and affection for us. And then we will be able to control him. Control means that he will have to come and steal our hearts, our makhan, our misri. So I think we need to do another bhajan.
Yeah, time is flying because we're going to be finished at 11:45 and that will come up real fast.
Okay, so now we
don't hit the edge, the leg of that. With
that
this.
that's not. So it was my leg that
Okay.
hit it. So now we will do
Ashtakams. Nandanandashtakam, Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraja.
Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraja.
Nandanandashtakam.
Nandanandashtakam first. So Nandanandashtakam and Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraja. Were you going to say something about these?
Just really quick.
Yes.
Our Srila Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj told that actually this Nandanandashtakam manifested from the mouth of Srimati Radhika herself as she was witnessing the beauty of Krishna. Sucharu Vaktra Mandalam, Sukarna Ratna Kundalam, Suchachitanga Chandanam, Namami Nandanandana. Seeing his beauty. And if anyone chants this prayer to Nandanandan, Sri Krishna, this will melt the heart of Srimati Radhika and she will want to give you anything. He said, this is so pleasing to Srimati Radhika. And then he said, in fact, Krishna was the one who requested the gopis because he heard this Nandanandashtakam. He was so happy with it. He said, but what would make me happier is if there was a glorification of Srimati Radhika. So immediately the gopis started singing Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraja.
He has said this many times. If you listen to harikatha.com, again and again and again and again, our Gurudev is telling this.
You need something for yourself.
I just took a sip.
Oh, maybe a tablet. You have one of those? Something.
I'm losing my voice.
She's had a cold for a couple of days. So, and at the very end, after Krishna heard it, he was so pleased. He gave so many blessings. He said, if you stand in Radha Kund on Ekadashi day and chant this Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraja, you will attain prem. You will attain servitorship at her lotus feet. Krishna was so pleased by this. So if you want to please Srimati Radhika, you sing Sri Nandanandashtakam. If you want to please Krishna, then you sing Sri Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraja. And Srila Gurudev said, and if you want to please the both of them together, then you sing Sri Gaura Giti Sakhe Kalaya Gauramudaram. Why don't you just look in the back under Sucharu?
I was thinking that. was waiting for Savitri to put up the page number.
So Sucharu Vaktra Mandalam Sukarna Ratna Kundalam. And that is page 289 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Gucha, 289. These are imperatives that we sing on this day, Janamashtami day, because our Srila Gurudev would make sure that we not neglect these. We're praying on this day for mercy. We want the mercy of Krishna, but how can we get the mercy of Krishna without Srimati Radhika? And how can we get the mercy of Radhika without him? We pray to him, and we will chant Sri Radha Prarthana later, because...
Well, we'll tell that after.
Tell about birthdays and all that. Okay? Jai. So, page 289, Sucharu Vaktra Mandalam. Issued from the mouth of Srimati Radhika herself. See, it says by an unknown prayer, by an unknown Vaishnava author. Now we know who it is. Okay. Sucharu Vaktra Mandalam Sukarna Ratra Kundalam Suchachitanga Chandalam Namami Nandanandanam Sujadra Netra Pankajam Shikishikam Jamudajam Ananga Koti Mohanam Namami Nandanandanam Sunasika Damotikam Swajandra Pankikam Navambudam Dachikalam Namami Nandanandanam Karina Venuranjitam Dachikarindrakantikam Dukula Pita Shobhanam Namami Nandanandanam Vibhamgadera Sundaram Nakaduti Sudhakaram Amulya Ratna Pusharam Namami Nandanandanam Sunandayanga Surabham Turo Virajito Shubham Surakshivasalancharam Namami Nandanandanam Vidhamana Sunadaram Vilasarugavasasam Surendra Garvamocharam Namami Nandanandanam Prajangana Sunayakam Sadasukha Pradayakam Jagannana Pralobanam Namami Nandanandanam Shinandanandanashakam Pratedvashadayambita Taredbhavadindushtaram Labhittadangiyumakam Namami Nandanandanam Namami Nandanandanam Namami Nandanandanam Namami Nandanandanam Namami Nandanandanam Namami Nandanandanam. Shri Krishna Kanhaiya Lal Ki Jai.
Jai.
Two pages before that one. So page 285, Shri Radha Kripkataksha Stavaraja. Here it says spoken by Shiva in the Urdhvam Nayatantra to Uma. That's where it is discovered or found. But Srila Gurudev told in Rup Sanatan Gauriya Math that this was manifested or overheard by Gopishwar Mahadev, Shiva's form in Vrindavan, from the mouth of Sri Rupa. He said that Mahadev could not have manifested this. This is the Swarupa, the form of Srimati Radhika. And who better to glorify the form of Srimati Radhika than the manifestation of her own form? Sri Rupa Manjari. So Gurudev said it must be that Gopishwar Mahadev overheard it from Sri Rupa and is retelling it as Harikatha to Uma. So here we have the glories of Srimati Radhika. As one chants this, Krishna will be so pleased that he will want to give you his best gifts. Can you tell about that now? About birthdays?
You don't want to do it during Shama Sundar Shikanda Shekhara?
Sure we can.
I
You
think
it's
it's
better? Okay.
Well, that's the prayer.
Okay. Dig. So now, Munindra Vrinda Vandite Triloka Shokaharani, page 285. Do you want the Tampura? It's not working right, but it might work.
I'm not working right.
One second. शोकहारिणि प्रसन्नवक्त्रपङ्कजे विकुञ्जभूमिवासिनि ब्रजेन्द्रभानुनन्दिनि ब्रजेन्द्रसूनुसङ्गते कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं अशोकवृक्षवल्लरि वितानमन्दपस्थिते प्रवाल्लवल्लपल्लव प्रभारुणाम्बिकोमले वराभयस्फुरत्करे प्रभूतसम्पदालये कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं रङ्गरङ्गमङ्गल प्रसङ्गमं पुरद्रुवं सविभ्रमं स्वसम्भ्रमं मृदन्तबालपातये निरन्तरं वशीकृतप्रतीतिनन्दनन्दने कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं सुवर्णचम्पक प्रदीप्तगौरविग्रहे मुखप्रभापराशकोटिशारदेन्दुमन्दरे विचित्रचित्रसञ्चरश्चकोरश्यामलोचने कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं मदोन्मदातियो मने प्रमोदमानमण्डिते प्रियानुरागरञ्जिते कलाविलासपण्डिते अनन्यगण्यकुञ्जराजकामकेलिकोविदे कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं शेषभावभावधीरहीरहारभूषिते प्रभूतशाखकुम्भकुम्भकुम्भिकुम्भशुष्करि प्रशस्तमन्दहास्यचूलपूरसौख्यसागरे कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं लवल्लवल्लरी तरङ्गरङ्गडोलते लताजलस्य लोलनीललोचनावलोकने ललल्लम्मिलन्मनोज्ञमुग्धमोहनाशिते कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं सुवर्णमालिकञ्चितत्रिरेकतम्बुकङ्कजे त्रिसूत्रमङ्गलीगुण त्रिरत्नदीप्तिदिद्धिति सलोलनीलकुन्तलप्रसून्नगुच्छगुम्फिते कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं नितम्बबिम्बलम्बमानपुष्पवेकलागुणे प्रशस्तमन्तकिङ्किणी कलापमध्यमञ्जरी करीन्द्रशुण्ठदण्डिकावरोहशोभतोरुके कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं अनेकमन्त्रनादमञ्जुरूपुरारवस्वर समाजराजहंसवंशरीध्वरातिगौरवे तिलोलहेमवल्लरी विदम्बिचारुचङ्क्रमे कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं अनन्तकोटिविष्णुलोकनम्रपद्मजार्चिते हिमाद्रिजापुलोमजाभिरिञ्चजावरप्रदे अपारसिद्धिरिद्धिविद्यसत्पदाङ्गुलीमते कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं महेश्वरि प्रियेश्वरि सरेश्वरि सुरेश्वरि त्रिवेदभारतीश्वरि प्रमाणशासनेश्वरि रमेश्वरि क्षमेश्वरि प्रमोदकारणेश्वरि व्रजेश्वरि व्रजाधिके क्षीराधिके नमोऽस्तुते इतीं ममद्भुतं स्तवं विशम्यभानुनन्दिनी करोतु सन्ततं जलं कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं भवेत्तदैव सञ्चिता विरूपकर्मनाशनं भवेत्तदा ब्रजेन्द्रसूनुमण्डलाप्रवेशनं कदा करिष्यसि मम कृपाकटाक्षभाजनं श्री कृष्णानंद श्रीमती राधा ठाकुरानी की
Jai.
Sorry we're rushing through them. I don't like to do that.
I don't like to do
we
that.
have to complete some things before we finish this evening. And we started too late.
Stop saying that.
We
It's
did.
7 hours.
We started at 5, we should have started at 4. So, next time, Yash Jay will help us remember 4 o'clock. Okay? Now, Sake Kalai Garuda. We must. Sake. Page 340. 340. And our Shigori Giti Gucha. Shigori Giti Sake Kalaya Goram Daram.
I'm not gonna be able to do this one.
Okay.
It's too high.
I'll just sing it quickly.
Yeah.
Shiva Pavana Prabhu's back. Sake
He left.
Kalaya Goramudaram. Sake Kalaya
So, do you want to do a little bit of Shiva?
So, when Krishna was very, very young, just a newborn baby, Mother Yashoda, of course, was so concerned for him. So many difficulties had already come. So many demons tried to come. So she was always trying to protect him. Always smearing kajal on his eyes. Always putting the black dots behind his ear for protection. She had black strings around his waist. And she had Brahmins chanting mantras for his protection. She was always so concerned for her newborn baby. Why are so many negative and evil influences coming? One day, a very great personality made a long, long journey from a land far away to come and see this beautiful, charming son of Yashoda. He had a very interesting appearance, and he was shaking his damaru, and saying, Alakha Niranjan, Alakha Niranjan. And he was shaking it and calling out. He came to the door, and Yashoda opened the door. I was reading today from Guru Dev, so he said door. So he came to the door, and Yashoda opened the door. And he said, please, I want something from you. And she said, whatever you want, I can arrange, whatever kind of foodstuffs or anything. He said, no, I want to see your child. I don't want any of these other things. And she said, I'm not going to let you see my baby. Your appearance frightens me. With all of those snakes and those ashes and the deer skin and skulls and matted hair, you frighten me. What to speak of my baby? No, I'm not going to let you see my child.
And all the bad things that had been happening to him, so she was afraid.
She was very afraid. She's like, I'm afraid. No, you cannot see. And he's like, no, I want to see your child. She said, no. And she went back inside and closed the door. But meanwhile, her little baby, Krishna, began crying and crying and crying and would not stop crying. All of the other gopis, Yashoda's friends, began to say, it might not be a good idea to offend a sadhu who's a guest who's coming and asking only for one thing. Maybe you should at least show him for just a moment. Just a moment. So he was waiting outside. He wanted to see her child. And she said, she was very, very concerned. She said, okay, I'm going to let you see him, but only for one moment. And then she went back inside and put bigger kajal on Krishna's eyes, put more protection all over him, chanted her mantras over him, covered him in black cloth, and then brought him to the door so he would be able to see for one moment. And when he saw Krishna in that one moment, immediately Krishna stopped crying. But then she took him away. And then he was so happy and so pleased. He said, I have come from such a long distance to see your child. And I can understand that you're concerned that there are so many negative influences. I will stay at a very close distance. And if you need me for anything, if there's any problem, any negative influence, any evil eye or anything, immediately you call me and I will chant so many mantras of protection and take care of your boy. So then Yashoda felt very pleased and very, very happy. There's actually bhajan which I don't know how to sing, but it starts with Yogi Chalo. And so this yogi who was actually Mahadev himself, felt that now finally I have attained perfection. In fact, this Lord Shiva became himself the Parvat, the mountain, where Lord Krishna, in fact, he's not called Lord Krishna here in Vrindavan, he is called Kanhaiya, Kanha, Krishna, Govinda, Gopal, Damodar, etc. He has so many sweet names and nicknames, Yashodanandan, Nandanandan, Radha Kanta, Gopi Kanta, so many beautiful names. So where Nanda Baba resided, in Nanda Bhavan, Nanda Gaon, is situated upon a hill, and that hill is known as Nandishwar Parvat. So Mahadev is residing here and serving, also as the guardian of the Dham, serving Krishna. Next.
His birthday.
So once upon a time, it was, actually that would be his birthday celebration, would be the day that Nanda Baba would celebrate it, which would be tomorrow.
But
Nandotsav.
still.
But this is still his birthday glorifications. So, one time, Mother Yashoda said, today is your birthday, so I want you to go find the most beautiful, pure white calf in the Goshala and bring him here. So little Krishna went out and he found the whitest, softest, newest, fresh baby calf that he could find. And he was trying his level best to push that calf from behind. And the calf would not budge an inch. Gurudev said, his front feet were like this, and he was just holding, and little Krishna just couldn't push him. So then Krishna came around the front and grabbed his neck and was pulling him forward, pulling him forward, pulling him forward. But Krishna's nature is that he is not one-pointed. He is chanchal. He has bahu nishta, means his nishta is everywhere all at the same time. And so he's not able to stay focused. So as he's bringing this calf back on the order or in the instruction, request of his mother, he noticed a beautiful pot of butter hanging from the rafters and completely was distracted. He was only thinking, how can I get to that butter? Sudevi already told that what is that butter? It is the melted hearts of those gopis who are churning it. All of their love and affection with intent to please Krishna, they're placing in that. So he can't help himself but to steal it, because they're actually making it with love and affection as an offering to him. He is helplessly drawn toward that love and affection, which is manifested in the form of butter. So he's looking around, seeing that it's hanging from the ropes, from the rafters in the storeroom. How will I get that butter? He's looking around for anything to use to get to that butter. Then he realized, oh, I have a stool right here in the form of a beautiful, fresh, white calf. So he was able to maneuver himself to climb onto this calf. And then he was standing on the calf and reaching up, and he was able to reach up enough to get his arm into the pot with the hope of getting butter. But the calf was also chanchal. He immediately ran away from there, and Krishna was left dangling high in the air from this pot with his arm stuck inside. And he started crying, Maya, Maya, Yashoda. He wasn't calling her Yashoda, but he was calling his mother Yashoda, Maya, mother. And he was crying. And then immediately she came running to that place where her Lala was crying for her. And she's looking and she sees he's crying. But this time she has caught him red-handed, with his hand in the butter pot, dangling in the sky. He's like, take me down, take me down. Never. Mother, take me down. She said, never. Now I have caught you red-handed. This is confirmation from what all the other gopis have told, that you are a butter thief, and now I have caught you red-handed stealing our own butter. I will never take you down from there. And Krishna is crying more and more, Mother, take me down, I promise I won't do this. I promise I'll be good. And then her heart melted, and she brought him down. So this is the nature of Krishna in Braj, that he cannot help himself. If anyone is offering anything to him, which they are, because it is all made of love and affection, every particle of dust is saturated with love and affection for Krishna in Braj, he cannot help himself but to run after that thing. In Vrindavan, Krishna becomes a plaything. Srila Prabhupada writes, Krishna becomes a plaything in the hands of the gopis. For a little bit of makan and mishri. Does he have his makan and mishri?
It's in the refrigerator. I'll get it after. Okay.
For a little bit of makan and mishri. Now he knows.
Oh God, I'm growing. Oh my God.
It's okay. It's okay. You didn't want that to go bad. You wanted it fresh. He's been eating all this time. For a little bit of makan and mishri, Krishna will dance as the gopis tell him to dance. He will wrestle with Baladev Prabhu. And who wins? He will wrestle for a laddu. He will dance and sing any song just for a laddu or for some makan and mishri. So they completely control him. Prabhupada said he becomes a plaything in the hands of the gopis. This is the speciality of Braj. Everywhere else, even Mathura, which is technically so close, but everyone knows he is Bhagavan, he is God. Here, none of the Brajabasis see he is God. They all see that he is their dearmost son, their dearmost friend, their dearmost beloved. And all they know is that they love him. If he does anything powerful, they think, oh, maybe Narayan is acting through him. And sometimes he will manifest even a four-arm form for his friends. But what do his friends do? Oh, good show. Okay, let's go and play. They're not attached to any of that. One time he manifested a four-arm form for the gopis. And all they did was offered pranam to him and asked, oh, Sriman Narayan, where is Krishna? Have you seen Krishna? So the speciality of Vrindavan is that Krishna becomes completely controlled by the love and affection of the Brajbasis. And he dances according to their tune, especially according to the will, the whim, and the tune of Rishabhanunandini Srimati Radhika.
Once, after so many demons had been sent by Kamsa, and they had come to try to kill Krishna, Nanda Baba's older brothers and younger brothers, and all of the elders of Braj got together with him at a place called Nanda Baitak. Gurudev used to take us there on parikrama.
It's
Very
near
hot,
Nanda Bhavan, but down.
dusty day. And we'd always go there, and Gurudev would have us take prasad there, and then we would go there. So anyway, Nanda Maharaj is actually the third son of Parjanya, and the grandfather of Krishna, and he wanted to give the Maharajship, the kingdom of Braj, to the oldest son. Upananda, I thought it was Sunanda. Upananda.
Upa is like the Upper.
Upper. So Upananda, and Upananda, so with the most beautiful heart, said, actually, Father, in my opinion, Nanda is so much more qualified to rule over all of Braj. You should make him the next after you. And I thought that was so beautiful that, nowadays, or even back when, everybody fights over position, but they're like, oh no, he should be the king. He's the person who has the most to give in that realm. So, but Nanda Baba would take advice from all of the elders, including his elder brothers, and he was the third one. So many Brajabasis would sit down and they would all discuss Krishna Katha, so it was an Ishta Goshti. One day, they said, Nanda, we have seen so many demons come to Braj, and Krishna has done so many uncommonly wonderful, extraordinary things. From his babyhood, he killed Putana, Trinavarta, Shakatasura, Agasura, Bakasur, Vritasur, and then he killed, or he punished Kaliya.
Vatsasur.
Didn't I say Vatsasur?
You said Vritrasur.
Oh.
Aristasur.
Aristasur, right. And then, recently, 7-year-old Krishna lifted Govardhan Hill for 7 days and 7 nights. They were like, we think that your child is God. He's Bhagavan. And we think that you should not chastise him anymore. Yashoda ran after him with a stick. We see he's always being chastised, but we've come to the conclusion collectively, he must be Narayan. Nanda Baba was listening and he was smiling. He said, oh, I understand, and it's true. When Garga Muni came to give Krishna and Baladev their names at the name-giving ceremony, he said that he had all of these extraordinary qualities, and that it is like Narayan enters him sometimes and performs so many things. It's true, and he said that he comes in all of these yugas in different colors. In Kali Yuga, he even comes golden. So all of these things, Nanda Maharaj is telling them. He said, I understand. And he said, but does Bhagavan steal? Krishna goes from house to house, even your houses, and he's stealing from you. I have heard that he will go to any house, and if he can't find any butter, he'll pinch any sleeping baby and make them cry to punish them for not having butter for him. Sometimes he will go with his coward boy friends, and he will open up the pen where all of the baby calves are and let them run to the cows and drink all their milk. I've seen him cry and throw himself on the ground for Mohan and Misri. I've seen him dance for the gopis for a laddu. He said, is this God? I don't know what it is that has gotten into your heads. He said, but he is my child, and I see that he is a very naughty one. He said, just yesterday, Yashoda was telling me that she was churning yogurt, and all of a sudden she realized that it was very quiet in the house. So she went searching about, and she saw that there was a pot of broken butter and curd everywhere. Then she saw 2 little footprints going to Krishna's room. So she followed them there, and there she saw, on the bed, Krishna was pretending to sleep. He had butter all over his mouth and his hands. It is said that when someone is pretending to sleep, it's very, very hard to wake them. But if someone is really asleep, then a sound vibration quickly will wake them up. Yashoda went in and she saw her naughty boy. She said, hey, Lala, wake up. Krishna was snoring louder. She said, hey, wake up. And then finally, after some time, Krishna started to stretch, pretended to rub his eyes. He said, oh my God, why do you look so upset? She said, how can you be such a naughty boy? If you just came to me, I would have given you any Mohan and Misri. I would have given you any yogurt, any butter. But no, you have to go, and now you've become a thief in your own home, and you're destroying things. Why are you so naughty? How are you such a thief? He said, Maya, why are you calling me a thief? What is your proof that I am a thief? My butter pot is broken, butter is everywhere, and you have butter all over your hands and your face. He said, Maya, is that the only proof you have? She said, yes, and it is proof enough to convict you. He smiled at her, and he grabbed her hands, and then he started to kiss her face. Then he sat back and he looked at her and he said, I think that you are the thief. She said, oh, really, me? I'm the thief. He said, yes, it's certain. It's certain you're the thief. She said, what is your proof? He said, you have butter all over your hands and your face, so you are the thief. And she started to laugh. But Nanda Baba continued, is this God? Will God behave like this? He said, so you can go ahead and worship him. You could treat him like he's Bhagavan all you want. But I will have to chastise him. I will have to make sure that he doesn't become a big dacoit, a highway robber. Who will want him? Who will love him? Who will marry him if he continues on in such a way? So I have to do this. And then all of a sudden the spell was broken and they all started laughing and laughing. What were we thinking? How could we think that he's Bhagavan? He's only a naughty little boy of Yashoda and Nandan. And they started to laugh. Our Gurudev said that this is the beauty and the sweetness of Raj. Even though they have all of the opulence, they see Krishna's magnificent nature, lifting up Giriraj, dancing on Kaliya, doing so many mystical things. Still, a mood of sweetness covers it completely. It rises up, but their love and affection pulls it back down. And they swim in love and affection like they are his parents, like they are his sakhas, and they are his beloveds, they never think that he is Bhagavan. And if by chance they do, then immediately it's covered again because they realize, how can it be? He's such a naughty little one. So now we should...
What time is...
11.
What time are we starting? 11:45?
11:45 is
for the
Abhishek.
And then midnight is
Arti
Arti.
is midnight.
Okay.
So we're going to do...
Jai Jai Sundar or...
We'll do Jai Jai Sundar, but I think we should do any Braj Kirtan as
We
well.
also need to goodbye the Radha.
Yes.
Okay. Any other one here?
Damodar, and you've got the switch, that one.
Okay.
And then I could do...
Okay. Once upon a time.
You don't want to do a kirtan first?
After we do a kirtan first.
Gotta give them a break. They've been here for so long.
Okay, so now we're going to sing Jaya Jaya Sundara Nanda Kumar. Or do you want to do a Braj?
As you like.
There's something about
Yes,
this one.
okay.
By Rupa
After
Swami.
this, we'll do a Dun Kirtan.
Okay,
I think a Braj Kirtan.
344. Yeah, Pak karenge? No.
Well, you just did that.
Yeah.
What other one do we have? Let's see, real quick.
Any Braj
Maybe-
Kirtan?
Javira Javi.
No.
Anupama Madhuri Jodi.
No.
Okay, Jio Shambhalala.
That's better. Okay. So Jai Jai Sundarananda Kumar, and then we'll go into Jio Shamalala. Where is that? What page?
It's here in this.
Oh, okay. Then we'll sing Jio Shamalala.
I can't do
Page 344 by Sri Rupa Goswami. Jaya Jaya Sundarananda Kumar. Jaya Jaya Sundarananda Kumar. Jaya Jaya Sundarananda Kumar. Jaya Jaya Sundarananda Kumar. Jasomati Ghara Ananda Hua.
Jasomati Ghara Ananda Hua.
Jasomati Ghara Ananda Hua.
Jasomati Ghara I remember our Gurudev laughing when they would sing this one. Do you remember that? He would just be laughing. Do you want to do
Today we were
else?
listening to Srila Gurudev and he was talking about how those who are in Gopi Bhav and Manjari Bhav, they contain within themselves the maximum of all of the other moods. The moods of Sakya and Dasya and Vatsalya are all within them. So they also appreciate all of those other moods and bhavs. You can see, you can witness when Srila Gurudev would speak about the childhood pastimes of Krishna, how he would get so excited, how he would be weeping, how he would be so immersed in that. If you can just imagine, if any one of us, we have someone that we love, the most that we love of that person, whoever it is in your life, the person you love the most, it's not only the current time that you're with them that you find charming. If you see a picture of them as a child or any video, you'll also become enamored. Sudevi always looks at a picture of me when I'm little. She's like, "Oh, so cute! Dude, I just squeeze your cheeks like that." You know, so it's not that there's not appreciation, but her sthai bhav at this point, current temporary sthai bhav, is as my wife. So they have their sthai bhav, but they appreciate all of the sweet pastimes of Krishna from all of the different rasas. They appreciate that. And the gopis are actually sometimes expressing a kind of, I wouldn't say the word jealousy, but sometimes they have this mood that, oh, look at how the coward boys are able to be with Krishna so carefree. They're able to play and go out in the morning and spend so much time without any oversight. If only we could be coward boys. Oh, and that flute! We are supposed to be the owners of those lips and the adharam, the nectar of Krishna's lips. But that flute is taking it all. We understand that actually the flute is his favorite Sakhi. Vangshi Priya Sakhi. And they become somewhat jealous of the flute. Oh, it is stealing what is our property. So all of these, generally we think a flute would be in Shantaras, but they're seeing that the flute has their bhav. So this is the nature of Braj. That those personalities who are on the highest level of love and affection for Krishna, Ramya, Kajil, Upasana, Brajabadu, Vargena, Yakalpita, they also have all other bhavs within them and relish those sweet pastimes of Krishna on all of the different levels. So they also relish the pastimes of Krishna, speaking about when he was a child. And you see the gopis, all of our Guru Varga, especially Rupa Anuga, they are eternal associates of Krishna in Vrindavan, following in the wake of the moods of Rupa Goswami and Sri Rupa Manjari. And yet they're weeping and crying and speaking with so much relish on the childhood pastimes of Krishna.
So at 11:30, I'm gonna start
getting everything ready. What's the time now? 11:15. Okay.
So I want to just tell what I read from Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj this morning, and then do Shama Sundar, that kind of calling.
Okay.
And then do you want to do another quick kirtan and then speak while I...
Sure.
We've planned this just now. So today, I read from Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Maharaj, and he was speaking about the importance of kirtan. So as we already previously heard, Nard Rishi, Nard Muni, his love is like, how do we say, what was it? He has a love of quarrel.
Kalaha Prem.
That's a certain kind of prem. And it's Nard Muni. He's the transcendental troublemaker. So Nard Muni, after Krishna had been in Dwarka for some time, Nard Rishi, he went to Vasudev. Is it Vasudev or Vasudev?
Vasudev is the father and Vasudev is
okay.
Krishna.
I get that mixed up. So Vasudev, he went to the foster father of Krishna. And he said, you know, in Braj, Nanda Maharaj performed a huge mahotsav when Krishna was born. But you couldn't, as you were in jail, and as of now, you haven't performed one of those huge mahotsavas. And he said, so what do you think? Maybe you should plan a beautiful festival. And it really entered his heart, and he was so happy. He thought, yes, that's what I'll do. I'll make a festival. So he told Nard Muni, you are in charge of who to invite. And so anyone who wasn't invited wouldn't be allowed in. There are so many gates. Like, I think when you read the Sudama Vibra, when you read that, there's like seven gates, and you have to go through all of these levels. But on top of that, Bhima and Arjuna were flying in airplanes in the sky with their bow and arrows, that anyone that tried to come in there to disturb or to come in without an invitation would not be allowed. So Nard Muni immediately came to Vrindavan, and he went to Nanda Baba and he said, guess what? They're performing a big, happy ceremony for Krishna because they couldn't do it when they were in jail. So Vasudeva is doing a huge mahotsav, but you're not invited. And he waited, and Nanda Baba became somewhat quiet and just let it be. And he thought, Nard Rishi thought, well, that's not what I expected. So then he thought, I know. He went to Mother Yashoda, and he said, guess what? They're doing a huge festival, a mahotsav for Krishna, but you're not invited. None of the Brajabasis are invited.
Everyone else is welcome.
Everyone is welcome, but not the Brajabasis. So immediately, within her heart, she became so excited. Somehow or other, I know that I can go and see Krishna. She said, no, I'm going. Even if it's just from the outskirts, I just want to have one glimpse of him. And Nanda came to Yashoda. He said, no, it's not a good idea. We're not invited. We shouldn't go. She said, I'm going. So Nanda, Yashoda, all the Brajabasis, the Sakas and the Gopis, they all went. Going to Dwarka, they came and they got through some of the gates, but coming to the last gate, no invitation, no entrance. Yashoda started to cry, and they were praying, please, please, let us in. They were petitioning and we just want to see him. We don't want to disturb from very far. All of the Sakas were crying, won't we see Krishna and the Gopis? Then one of Yashoda Devi's Sakis said, oh, Yashoda, why don't you call one of his Priya Nams, one of the sweet names with Sambandha that you would call him? So she started to call Kanaya. And the Sakas started to call, oh Saka, oh Krishna, oh Yashoda Nanda. They were calling him, and then the Gopis, but especially Srimati Radhika, oh Shama Sundar, please let us have your darshan, and all began to cry with relationship. They were calling their beloved Lord with that name that is the most attractive and the most dear to their hearts. There were only 5 minutes left to conduct this yajna. And if they didn't conduct it, the whole yajna would be destroyed. Krishna, not caring for any kind of external circumstance, he heard within his heart his own calling him. He jumped up from that place and ran to the gates and became like a little baby in the arms of Yashoda. He became like a little Sakha with his Sakhas. And he became with Srimati Radhika and the gopis. And Srila Bhaktivinoda Bharati Maharaj was explaining that there is no external circumstance that could have stopped Krishna, because they were calling by heart. Their tears weren't enough. Their surrender, their weeping and surrender weren't enough. Their prayers, but their supplication, their surrender to, that wasn't enough. But their praying, their relationship, that name of Krishna that was dearest to their heart, that called out through love and affection. At that moment, Krishna jumped up and ran toward them and gave everything else up. So Srila Bhaktivinoda Bharati Maharaj was saying, this is Kirtan. This is Sankirtan. And this is the umbrella that we should be under when we are calling out. How are we calling out? For what purpose? As he was saying in the beginning, we don't want Krishna. We don't want to just have Krishna. No, we want Krishna praying. But what kind of Krishna praying? Like the Sakhas? Like Mother Yashoda and Nanda Baba? Like Putana? We heard that Kamsa was meditating on Krishna day and night as death person. Do we want that Krishna? What Krishna do we want? So our Gurudev would tell us to be extremely specific. And again, what he spoke earlier, we don't even want that mood that the Sakhis have for Krishna. We offer pranam to that. We don't want this. Gurudev would tell us at the beginning of Kartik, at the end of Kartik, what to say. He would tell us on the appearance day of Krishna, of Vrishabhanu Nandini Srimati Radhika, of anyone. What should we pray for? If we go to Radhakund, Shamakund, if we go to Jamuna, if we go to Manasi Ganga, if we go to any Kunja, if we go anywhere, and we bow our heads and we're praying to Krishna, what do we say? What is the prayer of our heart? The prayer of the Atma. So we will do that prayer now.
Okay.
And it is Shri Radha Prarthana, and it starts with Kripayati Yadi Radha.
Page 278, 278 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Puja, otherwise known as Shri Radha Prarthana.
And I just want to
by
read
Shri
it.
Vithalacharya.
If I could read it really quick. Not really quick. If Shri Radha is merciful to me, then unlimited obstacles to my devotion will be removed. There will be nothing superior for me to attain, because I have received the excellence offered by the paths of both Vaidhi and Rag. And if she speaks something while smiling gently, thereby revealing the brilliance of the rows of her beautiful pearl-like teeth, what significance will the oyster of liberation have? O Sham Sundar, O you whose head is adorned with peacock feathers, whose face is graced with a laughing smile, whose murali, his flute, enchants the mind, and who are most expert in relishing rasa with Srimati Radhika. O ocean of mercy, please make me a kinkari, a maidservant, the feet of your beloved. You are the Lord of the life of the daughter of Vrishabhanu Maharaj, and you are like a bee, always eager to taste the honey of her lotus-like face. O Rasik Shekhar, foremost of those who are Rasik, who are situated at the feet of Srimati Radhika, I worship you. O son of the king of Raj, O all-pervading one, O Mohan, who enchants the minds of all. Taking a piece of straw in my teeth, I pray that your supremely beloved Sri Radha be my dear, worshipful goddess, birth after birth. This is our prayer, and this is our goal, celebrating Janmashtami, Radhastami, celebrating Ekadashi, celebrating the chanting of Harinam, on Gurudev's Day, celebrating taking Mahaprasad, celebrating anything on the path of bhakti. Why am I doing this? What is the purpose? That is sadhana. I'm searching for what? This mood. Where is it in my heart? Where is that greed that will attract Krishna? Because this is my prayer.
Birthday. You said you were going to say it before.
Can you say it?
As Srila Gurudev explained, that in Vedic culture on anyone's birthday, they're not supposed to take from everyone. They're supposed to give in charity. And on this day, the day of Krishna's birth in Vrindavan, all Brajbasis, all true eternal associates of Krishna, are feeling so happy and overjoyed that they want to give in charity everything they have in their possession, as Nanda Baba and Yashoda did, and as all Brajbasis do. And as it is Krishna's birthday, he also wants to give in charity the best things that he has. What is the best thing that he has?
Don't pray for anything else.
So this is our opportunity to place this prayer at the feet of Krishna, this petition, that this, if you can give me anything, this is my most desperate necessity, my hope, my aspiration. This is the only thing that will satisfy my Atma. Please be merciful to me and grant me this. Kripayati Adiradha Bhadita Sheshavadha Kima Paravashishtam Pushtimaryadayorme Yadi Vadati Chakinchi Smeraha Sodhitashi Dvijavaramani Panktya Mukti Shuktya Tadakim Shyama Sundara Shikanda Shekhara Smerahasa Murali Manohara Radhika Rasikamam Kripanidhe Swapriya Charana Kinkarim Guru Prananatha Vrishabhanu Nandini Shri Mukhabja Rasalola Satpada Radhika Padatale Kritastitim Tvam Bhajami Rasikendra Shekhara Samvidhaya Dashanetrinam Vibho Prarthaye Vrajamahendra Nandana Astu Mohana Tavati Vallabha Janma Janmani Madhishwari Priya Janma Janmani Madhishwari Priya.
So I'm going to move into the rest. If you can fit this in. This is all you sons of nectar. Just
how far?
It's just to here.
Okay.
From here to here. That was my last offering today.
Okay.
So
Sudevi is going to prepare for the Abhishek now.
I have to warm up the milk because he's a baby.
Warm milk for the Abhishek.
Just a little bit warm. He's a baby.
Yeah. Okay. Ah, Krishna. 11:30 right now. Radharamana Hari Govinda Jai Jai Radharamana Hari Govinda Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai Jai Govinda Jai Jai Gopala Jai So many pastimes here that we have not had time to tell today. Okay. So Sudevi wanted me to share with you. This is from Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj. But this is very helpful for us, especially on a day like today, Shri Krishna Janamashtami. Because Krishna is making his appearance. And really, our prayers are that that appearance will be manifested in our heart. Sometimes we may feel hopeless, that why would he do that? Why would he make his appearance in my heart? He may make appearance in the heart of the pure devotees, but I have no qualification, I have no hope, so why should I even try to hope? But Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj tells us that the Vedas say, O you sons of nectar, that includes the ladies as well. We're all souls of nectar. Oh, you souls of nectar, souls of the nectarian sea, please listen to me. You were born in nectar. You were born to taste nectar, and you must not allow yourselves to be satisfied by anything but nectar. So however misguided you may be for the time being, awake, arise, search for that nectar, that satisfaction. The Vedas tell us, Om. Om means a big yes. What you are searching for, that is. Do not be don't be disappointed. The Vedas say that the object of our inner search exists. The common search of all of your hearts is existing, and your thirst will be quenched. By your constitution, you are meant for that, and you deserve that. So don't be afraid. Don't be cowed down. It is already in your being, and you can never be satisfied with anything else. So prepare yourself after your long search to receive that long missing nectar in its full form and quality. Awake, arise, search for your fortune, and you cannot but have that. It is your birthright. It is the wealth of your own soul. It cannot but be within you. You have no other business, no other engagement, but Krishnanam Sandhanam, The search for Shri Krishna.
Yeah.
Reality. The beautiful. Wow.
Okay.
Do you need help?
No, I'll be okay. Sorry, everyone. Just go on.
I'm pulling him down. This one horse that was on the edge here. And maybe the elephants, I'll hold this one. Okay. So, on this evening, not only are we praying for the mercy of Krishna, but tomorrow something is happening. The mercy of Krishna is manifesting in form as Srila Prabhupada. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Our Srila Gurudev has told, and our acharyas have told, that how will you know that Krishna has heard your prayers? When His mercy takes a form which stands directly in front of you. Can you help? Got it? Okay. When His mercy takes a form and stands before you, everything Krishna wants to tell you, He's telling through the mouth of that personality, Shri Guru. This is how you will know that Krishna has heard your prayers and that He is reciprocating, giving His mercy. We've been praying today for hours and hours and hours, remembering the pastimes of Krishna, hearing the pastimes of Krishna, praying to Gurudev and Vaishnavas, that may one day you awaken within our hearts a true desire to love and serve Krishna. Our goal, our necessity is Krishna praying. And here Srila Bhakti-Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj is confirming that that goal, that possibility, that potential, that reality, we should have conviction that it already is ours. We just need to search for that. It is already our birthright. It is already within our nature. So, as our Srila Gurudev would always tell us, don't be hopeless. Never be hopeless. The fact that our Srila Gurudev, our Srila Prabhupada, our Guru Varga, our Rupanuga Guru Varga, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and all of his associates have manifested. They have come to give us hope, an opportunity. That burning hope is our best friend. That yes, this reality exists and it will manifest within our hearts, for sure and certain. If we take to the proper process of bhakti and follow the teachings and the instructions of our Gurudev and Guru Varga, gradually a true taste for that nectar will manifest. A greed will develop within our heart, such an intense hankering and desire that nothing else will satisfy it. Like the fruit seller. She had heard, she's from Mathura, she had heard that Krishna is the most beautiful, most charming, most sweet son of Nanda and Yashoda. And hearing so much about Krishna, she was developing an eager desire to see him. Her heart was moving her closer and closer to Braj, where she would start selling her fruit within Vrindavan, calling out, if anyone wants bananas, anyone wants oranges, pomegranates, apples, anything, come and take fruit. And she would go in front of the house, the courtyard of Nanda Baba, and call out, Fallo, ananas lo, anar lo, seb lo, take fruit, take fruit. I have such wonderful fruit. But she was not able to see Krishna. She had heard so much about him and she was developing a desire. Her desire was coming stronger and stronger. Not being able to see him, the desire started to burn more deeply within her heart. A greed started manifesting such that she was desperate. She made a declaration or an ultimatum to herself that do or die, I will not leave until I see the beautiful son of Nanda and Yashoda. So she was outside of their place, calling out, Follow, follow, take fruit, take apples, take bananas. And she was so absorbed in thinking of Krishna that she forgot the names of the fruit. And instead she was calling Govindalo, Damadalo, Madhavalo, calling out with such intensity, calling the sweet names of Krishna in desperation. Krishna at that time was sitting on the lap of Yashoda, inside, and hearing that beautiful kirtan with intense greedy desire to have his darshan. He was forcibly pulled from the lap of Yashoda. Knowing that it was the fruit seller, he ran to the storeroom and grabbed whatever grains he could in his little sweet hands and ran out into the courtyard saying, "Give me fruit, give me fruit." But all of the grains had come through his fingers and he only had a few left. When she saw him, it was like her heart's longing was fulfilled and she felt completely contented. But she told him, "That is not enough to pay for the fruit that I have." He said, "Give me fruit, I want fruit." She said, "But it's not enough." "But I want fruit." She said, "Okay, I'll tell you one thing. I will give you fruit if you sit on my lap and call me mother." She's a fruit seller. He is the son of the king of Braj. He was a little bit nervous, so he looked left and right, made sure no one was looking. Immediately, he sat on her lap, put his arms around her neck and said, "Maya, mother." And then he jumped up and he said, "Give me fruit." She piled his arms as full of fruit as he could handle. And immediately he ran from there back to his mother and said, "Look, fruit." His mother took that fruit. "How did you get so much fruit?" And she began to cut it up and distribute it among her friends. More and more friends. Thousands of pieces of fruit she was able to give away. It was like an endless supply, and she was so amazed. How is this possible? That fruit seller was completely immersed. Krishna sat on my lap, and he called me mother. After some time, some of the gopis told her, "It's time for you to go home. You've been here for a long time. It's getting late. You must return home." And she was completely out of sense. So she stood up with her basket and began walking toward Yamuna. She didn't know which way to go, left, right, this way or that way. She was completely absorbed in the beauty, the sweetness of Krishna. After some time, as she was carrying her basket, she was feeling, "Oh, this is getting somewhat heavy." And she looked inside and it was full of the most valuable and precious gems and stones and necklaces and everything. And she was looking at it. "What is this?" After having tasted the nectar of the sweet darshan of Krishna, this was completely useless. She threw it immediately in Jamuna. "What is this? I don't want this." And she was only thinking of Krishna. Our Srila Gurudev said, no one knows what happened to her. No one knows.
But then he said, imagine if he gave Putana.
What he gave Putana, the benediction he gave Putana, who came to him with a desire to kill him. Imagine what destination he gave her, who came to him with love and affection and the desire to serve him like a mother. So, Srila Gurudev was telling that with this kind of kirtan, with this kind of greed, then you can attract Krishna. So by the mercy of the pure devotees, taking shelter of those who have that kind of love for Krishna, and serving under their guidance, gradually this kind of greed, this kind of desire, by hearing their Harikatha, will awaken within our hearts to serve Krishna. And the answer is yes. That goal exists. Yes. So we should always be completely hopeful and hold on tightly to the lotus feet of Sri Gurudev, so that very soon this goal of Krishna Prem will manifest within our hearts. Shri Krishna Kanhaiya Lal Ki Jai. Shri Krishna Janamashtami Ki Jai.
So, I think we should maybe put the camera closer so they could see it easier.
Okay, and let me just move this out of the way. Hare Krishna. Oh, I'm picking up the car.
Yeah.
Is this okay?
Yeah, just don't do it more. Your computer's there.
Alright. Okay. I'll shift the camera. So now we're going to have Abhishek and Kirtan and then Aarti. Should I move this even further over?
And we're going to have the unveiling of shalagrams from the cucumber.
At midnight.
At midnight.
Let me just get this out of the way so that...
Put your computer under then, just to not step on it. Okay.
Okay. And
So you direct me.
Okay. So we're not accustomed to doing these things. Usually the abhisheks are happening in the temple.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I bathe Shalagram every day, but not like this. So.
Okay.
So you start with a little water.
Let me just move this closer. Yes. First some water, and then. Let me just.
You need more than one person doing this.
Nah. Oops, this is a little tight. 1 second. We don't need this plugged in. Can we see baby Gopal here? 1 second. Oh, I have to move the whole thing down.
Yeah, we usually depend on the brahmacharis for this.
Okay, we can see. So, water, then milk, yogurt, honey, sugar water, ghee, and then more water and baby.
Just kind of with your eyes point to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, the big one in here, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Kishori says Govindaji wants to be
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopalananda, Krishna
Govinda Govinda Gopalananda,
Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopalananda, Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopalananda, Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopalananda,
Krishna Govinda Govinda
Gopalananda, Bhaja Murali Manohar Nandalala, Bhaja Murali Manohar Nandalala, Bhaja Murali Manohar Nandalala, Bhaja.
Murali.
One more? No?
No, look at the full
Nandalala, Krishna Govinda.
Hey!
Krishna
Now which one?
Govinda. Sugar. Krishna Govinda.
Krishna Govinda. Hey!
Krishna Govinda Govinda Gopalanandala.
Krishna Govinda
I'm here on my hands. Bhaja Murali Manohara Nandalala.
Bhaja Murali Manohara Nandalala.
Now I have to adjust the camera 1 second. Radhe 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 Bolo Radhe 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 Bolo Radhe Radhe Bolo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 11:52 Radhe Radhe Govinda Govinda Radhe 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 Jai Radha Ramana Hari Bol Pyaro Radha Ramana Jaya Nanda Nandan Jai Yashoda Nandan Nanda Nandan Jai Yashoda Nandan Jai Nanda Nandan Jai Yashoda Nandan Nanda Nandan Jai Yashoda Nandan. Okay, now I have to move the cameras one second, and my hands are
Show the baby.
are full of honey. Really? It's hard to play mridanga with sticky honey hands. 1 second.
Bet you didn't know that.
Nope. Hold on.
Oh, I can't even carry that. We'll just leave that there for now.
The
Abhishek.
Best milkshake ever. Okay.
Okay.
I need to get a close up of the baby.
By the way, our conch, sadly, is at Gopinath Bhavan. So.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, it's going.
Kishori.
Okay. There we are.
So what time is it?
It's, I don't know.
Well, we have to know.
I'm just going to show them the baby here. All dressed up. He's got his big skirt on. Jai. Okay. So now we're going to have the unveiling of the shalagrams.
Is it midnight?
Tap your phone. It's right behind you. One time.
56.
Okay, so in 4 minutes. So we're going to do 4 minutes of Nam Kirtan. You
Yay.
have the arti paraphernalia ready?
It's as ready as it can be.
Okay, maybe I will move this out of the way.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Let's do some kirtan.
Okay.
Wake up.
Hare Krishna.
Hello.
I know, I'm just thinking of Hare Krishna.
Then sing it.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. do what?
You have to show the...
Okay. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. It untied itself. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Is it time?
Yes, yes.
Shri Krishna Janmashtami Jai. Hate Gora Palaki Jai Kanhaiya Lal ki. Hate Gora Palaki Hate Gora Palaki Jai Kanhaiya Lal ki. Hate Gora Palaki Jai Kanhaiya Lal ki. Jai Kanhaiya Lal ki. Okay, so I'm going to keep singing without the drum, which is really sticky with honey.
It's late, guys. We're a little unorganized.
1 second. A little bit?
Cello, cello.
Okay, 1 second. 1 second. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're doing the unveiling. Jai Shri Krishna
Jai!
Janmashtami ki
Jai!
Jai! All the shalograms ki Jai!
Jai!
Look at that. So many shalograms inside the hollowed out cucumber. Jai. Jai Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki Jai.
Jai.
Now we will have Arti.
Where's my bell? Okay.
Jai Yashomati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kano
Yes,
Mati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Yashomati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kano Yashomati Gokula Ranjana Gopi Parano Dhano Vaddana Manohara Gopi Parano Dhano Kaliya Damana Vidano Yashomati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kano Yashomati Amala Harina Amiya Vilasa Rama Avitina Purandara Navina Nagara Varo Vitina Purandara Ubang Shivadana Suvasa Ubang Yashomati Nandana Prajaparo Nagaro Gokula Ranjana Kano Yashomati Brajajana Palana Asura Kula Nashana Brajajana Palana Asura Kula Nashana Nanda Godhana Rakho Ala Nanda Godhana Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara Guru Varga ki
Jai.
Patit Pavan Shri Nityananda Prabhu ki
Jai.
Purushottam Shri Sachinandana Gaura Hari ki
Jai.
Radha Vinod Bihari Ju ki
Jai.
Radha Manju ki
Jai.
Raj Maharaj ki
Jai.
Harinam Sankirtan ki
Jai.
Hare Krishna Mahamantra ki
Jai.
Krishna Janmashtami ki
Jai.
Gaura Bhakta Vrind ki
Jai.
Jai Gaura Premanande
Hari Hari Bol. Oh. Sorry. Dharma Daveti Govinda Damo Dharma Daveti Govinda Damo Bolo Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe 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 Jai 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 Shri Radhe Bolo Radhe Radhe Jai 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 Shri Radhe
Shri Vinod Bihari Ju ki
Jai 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 Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Sham
Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki
Jai
And now today Nandotsav and Srila Prabhupada ki
Jai.
So, thank you all very much for being with us for this beautiful, wonderful program that we started at 5 p.m.
And
now
then we
it's
didn't
12:30
have
in the
long.
morning.
We didn't have long enough to do all the leelas.
I know. We didn't have enough time to do even half of them. Anyhow, thank you all for being with us and giving us the opportunity on this amazingly special day to remember the beautiful teachings of our Srila Gurudev and Guru Varga. Also, we would like to express our deepest appreciation and indebtedness to each and every one of you for giving us the opportunity to follow the order of our Srila Gurudev, which is our life and soul. I told you, these pictures are here. It's not like we're just looking at a blank wall. We're looking at Sevakund. So, so we look forward to being with all of you. Well, tomorrow we are fully occupied at Gopinath Bhavan.
Yes, if you want to join us, I'm sure they will be broadcasting Gopinath Bhavan Facebook page. We'll be doing a morning program, and the bhajans
evening
start
also.
at 9, and the evening program bhajans start at 4:35.
But we're not sure what time that will end. And so I think that we will all meet not the day after tomorrow, because we're busy tomorrow, and then we will need the day after. So the following day after that.
So we'll see you the day after the day after.
I don't know how to say that. Parson ka parson. So anyhow, we'll
Soon,
let you
soon.
know when we will do the program, the next program. But tomorrow we will be at Gopinath Bhavan. So, okay, Dandavat Pranam, Radhe Radhe, Chibiriyama Dopo, hasta luego, and Fir Milenge, Radhe
Radhe Sham. Dandavat Pranam, all dear Vaishnavas. Thank you so much for being with us for 7.5 hours of chanting and remembering, and especially remembering our Gurudev and Guru Varga and their Hari Katha on this most auspicious day of Janmashtami and Nandotsav. We look forward to being with you all very, very soon. Our sweet and affectionate Dandavat Pranam to all of you. We will see you very soon. Hey Mom, hey Lavang, hey Jiva Pavana, hey all Vaishnavas, Janardan, Dandavat Pranam, dear Vaishnavas, see you soon. Radhe, Radhe, Sham. And we'll be posting pictures very, very, very soon. Haribo, bye Jayanti, Jamuna, everybody, Haribo.